We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'd like to welcome everyone to our October 13th, 2022 City of Palatka Commission meeting. At this time, we'll have our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance by Chaplain Alonzo Mulberry. Would everyone please stand for me at this time?
Father, we thank you once again for this day. We give you praise and glory for your kindness towards us. Thank you for how you brought us to the day, God, day that we've never seen before. And even now, God, as your people have assembled together, the meeting of the minds, we pray, God, that you will give the wisdom and directions for this meeting, God. Give your people a working mind to work together in the spirit of unity. We pray, God, that you will help in every decision that's made, God, for the good of the city. We may give you glory in all that we say and all we do. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen and amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Tammy McCaskill.
Here.
Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. For the record, all members are present and accounted for. Moving on to items 2A and B, has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes?
Motion to accept the minutes is written.
Second.
There's a motion to accept 2A and B. There's a second by Commissioner Borum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to public recognitions. First up is a life-saving award recognition. Chief Shaw, would you come to the podium?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. It is with our press, we get the opportunity to recognize some courageous individuals tonight. Some individuals who, during a time of need, sprung into action, and from their action and their courage, was able to save an individual's life. On this day, on the Memorial Bridge, we had an individual who was basically preparing to jump and take his life. And we had a couple citizens and an officer who sprung into action without actually worrying about any injury to themselves, and took action to not only remove him from the tip of the bridge, but to hold him until authorities can arrive to provide some assistance for him. So at this time, I would like to be able to bring them individuals forward if they're here tonight. Dominic Brown. Robinson Romeo. And Scatini Romero. I pause. If I was close, let me know. And Captain Brad Forsyth. That's Brad. That's the other way.
And so these young men, all three of them had an opportunity to really leap into action without thought of safety. You had an individual that was armed at the time who was looking to take his own life. And they all, without thought, with pure courage, leaped into action to save a life. to save someone and give them the opportunity to rethink their thoughts as time went on. Scott, as I called him, he leaped in, he grabbed it, he grabbed the individual, pulled him away, took his knife. His brother assisted, and Officer Forsyth jumped right in. They waited for Officer McNeil to come into play, and they handcuffed the individual. Just a wonderful sign. When I talked to these individuals, they all said that none of them could sit around and do nothing and watch someone take their life under those circumstances, and that's what Palatkans are all about. And we're just so proud of each one of you for the things that you've done, for the courageous act, putting yourself above anything else. And we just want to give you a round of applause. This was important. Next up is a presentation from the U.S. Small Business Administration Disaster Assistance Loan Program. Ms. Finley, welcome back again. So let's give her a plaque of welcome as she comes forward.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Commissioners, and everyone here. I want to thank you for the invite. I'm just happy to be here to assist this great county, Palatka County. What I'm going to do today is, my presentation is really for about 30 minutes or so, but I know y'all don't want me to stand up here and talk. So I know. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of scan it down. I'm going to show you the presentation, but I'm scanning it down. Actually, the main idea of our program. And let me start off by just introduce myself. I'm going to try to be real quick. My name is Janelle Finley. I'm a public affairs specialist with the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Disaster Assistance. We are from Field Office East, and that's Atlanta, Georgia. That's my home base office. And like I said again, I am happy to be here. It's really that's because of the disaster. You don't want to be too happy, but you are glad that you're here to help and provide assistance when you need it. So what I'm going to do now is Miss Sunshine. She's going to work with me, and she's going to when I ask her to change to my next slide, she will. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Small Business Administration, we have two offices. We have an office that deals basically with just businesses, and then we have an office that deals with disaster assistance. Our office is an office that handles disasters only. And we work with homeowners, we work with renters, we work with businesses, we work with nonprofit organizations all over the East. I would say from all of the East, including Puerto Rico, including the Virgin Islands. That's our territory. Right now, I want to let you know about our three types of loans. We have three types of loans. We have the business loan, and that comes in two parts. It comes in for physical damage, and it also comes into economical damage. Then we have a loan for our homeowners, and then we have a loan for our nonprofits. So let's start off with our homeowners, because Palatka, the county of Palatka is the city, but the county, Palatka County.
Putnam
County. Excuse me. I have 5 counties, so sometimes I get mixed. I was saying Palatka County all day. so excuse me, Putnam County, you ain't from Putnam County. Putnam County is a primary county for disaster assistance. You get primary assistance, individual assistance with FEMA and with SBA. What I want to make sure, get the point out, everybody needs to register. If you're in a primary county, you need to register with FEMA. Whether you have physical damage or whether you have just no damage at all, or whether you have economical injury damage, where that comes with our businesses. But everybody needs to start registering with FEMA. When you register with FEMA, we are a partner with FEMA, and we share our data. So when you register with FEMA, and if FEMA refer you to our agency, SBA, Small Business Administration, for a disaster loan, please do not refuse. Take that loan, go in and do that application, because the main reason to do that application, if you need the assistance, you need the loan, that's great. If you don't need the loan, but you need some kind of assistance, if you get denied or disapproved of a loan with SBA, we automatically refer you back to FEMA for additional assistance. And their assistance are granted. So please, if FEMA refer you to SBA for a loan, whether it be for a homeowner's loan or whether it be for a business loan or not, please do not refuse the loan. Just go ahead and do the application and send it in. And if you get disapproved or denied for any reason, we will automatically refer you back to FEMA for additional assistance. So let's go a little bit into, I know I'm taking up a lot of time. Let's go a little bit into the different interest rates of the loans. For our homeowners loans, you see the interest rate for our homeowners are 2.188%. That's for a homeowner loan up to $200,000. And it's a federal fixed loan up to 30 years. And then we have a loan for our businesses of any kind, any size, any kind. It could be a self-employed business, or it can be a mom and pop business, any kind of business. Our business loan interest rate is 3.04% for our businesses. It's also federal fixed loan up to 30 years. And then we have also for our nonprofit and our churches, their interest rate of 1.875%, and it's the same. It's a fixed rate up to 30 years. This is important. The filing deadline for any of these loans for physical damage is November 28, 2022. And for our, that's for physical, for any property. For our business, for economical injury loan, and that's for, if it's for a business loan for working capital only for no physical damage, but they can get two loans. They can get a loan for physical damage, or they can get a loan for economical injury damage. But the economic injury damage deadline date is June the 29th, 2023. Now, you notice it says mitigation for businesses and nonprofit for homeowners. Mitigation is good because you can get up to 20% for mitigation damage to improve your home, upgrade. So you can fix it. So if it's another flood next year, you can get your home upgraded for help you, for preparing for the next year for the flooding, if you're going to have one, or storms or anything. And that's important to remember about the mitigation. You can always ask for your actual loan officer. If you get approved for the loan, ask your loan officer, what about increasing me to the mitigation for that 20%? And then they would go over the details about the mitigation with you. Can you go to the next slide? I'm gonna try to run through a little faster. The application process, if you see, the application process is you have to make sure that you get all your information in. Also with putting in your information, you can do it online, or you can go to our website, it's disaster.gov.sba.gov, and or you can go to their website and go into our ELA program, and then you can just do a loan like that, do your application that way. That's the fastest way. Or you can call our 1-800 number, it's 1-800-629-2955. We have customer service reps on 7 days a week. The hours are 8 a.m. 7 days. You can always talk to them, they'll help you with your application. They also, you can request for a paper application. You don't put it online, so they can build out a paper application. It says that after 2 or 3 weeks, you may receive complete package. I would say after 2 or 3 weeks, if you have not heard from SBA about your application being processed, I would say get on the phone and call the customer service rep and find out where is your application, how is the processing going. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Can you tell me the website again? I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, it'll be on the end. We're gonna have it on the end. When we
Okay,
issue the
thank you
website.
so much.
But it is, you can remember, because FEMA is disasterassisted.gov. SBA is disasterassisted.sba.gov. We got the SBA in there, .gov. Loan closing distribution. Like I said, this presentation is really 30 minutes. So I'm not really gonna go too much into this. It just let you know that you can get a loan up to $25,000 without collateral. And that's a fast way to get distribution. You can get that approved loan in 5 days. They were saying that is probably for if you already have your estimates, already have a contract ready to do work on your home, and you need disbursement real fast. We always say just go ahead and get the request for the $25,000 to get that. It's also for homeowners and for businesses. Can request for that. Next slide, please. Just go a little bit into eligibility of the different types of loans. Everybody know that you have to be in a damage declared county to receive the assistance. When it say credit history, must have a credit history acceptable to SBA. They just say you have to be, working and able to pay your bills. It's a federal loan, so they want to make sure that you're able to afford to pay the loan back. Repayment, applicant must show the ability to repay the loan, and that's what it said. You have to just show that you have employment or some kind of other income. Can you see to the next slide, please? And let's go a little bit into the different features of SBA loans. It just tells you that the loan is a fixed loan up to 30 years, and that's based on the loan officer when they approve it. Because let's say if you only need $20,000 or $50,000, you may not need 30 years to pay that off. You may know. So they determine how many years this loan would be for. Relocation, we do relocation. We also do refinancing, and that's something to think about if you're in an area where it's been flooded and you cannot get back into the damaged property, or the property been destroyed completely, and you want to move to a more safer place, and you request for a loan for relocation. And it's the refinance. Let's say you have property that you have a mortgage on, but the property is totally destroyed, and you still got to pay that mortgage off. So you can ask for a loan for refinance off that first mortgage. Next slide, please. Just to talk a little bit more about the 20% for the physical damage and verify. Can you go to the next slide, please? And then just talk about mitigation, please. Don't wait, ask them about mitigation. They say build back stronger and better. Next slide, please. Okay. Different SBA economical injury disaster loans are funded directly from the Treasury. These loans are great for businesses who have no physical damage at all, but they may have employees that might have had some damage and can't get back to work, but need to be paid. So if let's say the business owner he have a business that he has to pay his bills, so he can get a loan for that. He can get a loan to help pay his employees, for revenue. So that's good for economical injury disaster loan. And this loan is going to go out to, I think, about 9 months. So it's in June 2023. So in June 2023, that's a something to think about if you are a business owner here. Next slide, please. Our resource partners. We have resource partners that help us. The SBDC, that's the Small Business Development Center. Every county have one. The state have one. We have a women's business center. We have SCORE. We have the Veterans Business Outreach Center. These are resource partners. They can help you with your application. They can help you tell you where to go if you need to register with FEMA. They can give you all sorts of information, important information to help you. So just the websites are here. And also you can go on your county website and they'll be listed on there too. Next slide, please. Please don't forget about these filing deadline dates. For physical damage, November 28, 2022. And then for economic, that's for our business, that's June 29th, 2023. And they were saying about the biggest reason for delay in the process is due to missing information. And they're talking more about your application. That could put a delay on them holding your application. You don't get all the information in at the right time. Okay, and then just go a little bit more into the loan requirement for them. Ways to apply. She was asking about ways to apply, and our website, there you go, disasterassisted.gov. If you want to do a electronic loan application, that go right there, disaster loan assistant.sba.gov and /ELA//S/. And our customer service number, 1-800-659-2955. And like I said, the customer service was from the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Please utilize these services. And I thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have any questions or just need to talk to me about anything, I'll be in the back. And I'll be here for a little while. I'm not going to be right there. If you want to talk to me about applications, about the loan, anything, just proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Let me take one item out of order. I have County Administrator Suggs is here. And so I know, Mr. Suggs, you want to come up and talk a little bit about Hurricane Ian.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. How are you this evening?
Good.
It's kind of good to be back at home here. So, but anyway, just wanted to come forth tonight and on behalf of Chairman Bill Pickens, my Board of County Commissioners, myself as administration and our staff and Board of County Commissioners, and commend each of you five, as well as your staff as well. City Manager Don Holmes, Chief Taylor, Chief Branford, Chief Shaw, and your staff at your public works folks. They've done a marvelous job. As you know, we dodged a serious bullet just a couple of weeks ago. And but what was most interesting and why I'm here tonight is I want to just come and tell you how thankful we are as a community to work together in the way that we do. The love of this community and the care for this community was absolutely on display during that week. And as the county administrator, I couldn't ask for a better opportunity to work together with you fine folks and your staff, and what it meant to us, you know, to be ready, to have our community prepared and have our community protected. Yes, we lost some lives in this storm, unfortunately, and we've had some damage, and you know, but it just goes again to show the resiliency of this community and the love that each of you have for this community. And I wanted to come tonight and say thank you personally to each of you and your staff and City Manager Holmes for everything that we did during that storm event. A lot of you don't know, you know, is that whenever you're getting prepared for this, you have to pull all your resources and all your equipment. And we had communications from each municipality, Mayor Myers and Crescent City and Mayor Watson, Palatka, you know, Mayor Simvala down in Come Park and the town clerk from Interlochen, and of course, the mayor himself, Mr. Hill, is here with us as well. So we all had to come together and figure out the best thing we could do to get prepared for this. I want to thank the Department of Corrections as well for all their assistance with our stem bagging sites and making that happen for our folks. But again, you know, it's a team effort. It's absolutely a group of individuals coming together in these times of need. And again, one of the things was we needed some fuel that day. We were having a hard time, and Mr. Holmes jumped on the phone with contact, and we got fuel delivered here in Putnam County. You know, our staff is brand new out of the EOC. Stephen Turnipseed and Danielle Choate, brand new, but they've done a wonderful job on behalf of everyone, including the municipalities. And I believe the FEMA IA rep is going to be in town this week as well. So I believe they're going to be setting up, last I heard was out at the fairgrounds. So as soon as that information is available, we'll make sure we send that out too. But again, just I wanted to personally thank each of you for the efforts during the event. Thank your staff, and think that you know, it's much appreciated on the other side of the street, because we couldn't do it without our municipalities, and you five are strong. And I thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, on behalf of the city, also extend the city's appreciation to Mr. Suggs, County Manager Suggs, and his staff. You hear constantly cries from the community that they want to see the governmental entities work together. And there was a time not so many years ago, and Mr. Suggs can attest to it, that maybe things weren't as smooth as they were at this most recent event. We were welcomed with open arms at the EOC. Our staff was there, the mayor was there. We attended briefings. We were present when decisions were made, and there was an exchange of information. We provided some things to the county. They provided some things to us. There was a seamless flow. I think that I can honestly and completely candidly say that there was a seamless flow. If something was needed and one entity or another had it, it was provided. And I can remember in my time as city attorney over the years when, for whatever reason, I'm not throwing shade at anybody, but it just didn't always work that way. So on behalf of the city, and I just want to thank Manager Suggs and his staff also for J.R. Grimes and Mr. Turnipseed and Choate and everyone else up there. Deputy County Manager Holmes Young. If I leave her out, I won't be able to see my grandkids this weekend. But in any event, it was really good to see the cooperation, and I'll just leave it at that. But it was encouraging. It was.
You know, and I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, City Manager Holmes. You're right. It wasn't always like that. But you know what? We've all worked together before. This storm was not mine and the mayor's first rodeo, so to speak.
Not at all.
And you know, and we do have an outstanding team over there, just like you folks are here. You know, Public Safety Director J.R. Grimes, you all know Chief Grimes, and yes, the Deputy County Administrator Julianne Holmes Young is phenomenal at the role that she plays. We're very blessed. I'm very blessed to have the team that I have. And very blessed to have been able to spend almost 8 years right here in this community, you know, working with you folks and serving this community. So again, just wanted to say thank you. And Mayor, next time there is another event, we'll get back out one more time. That'd be great. So, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mayor, for letting me speak tonight. Thank you all. And again, God bless this community, and God bless you all for what we do. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Suggs, we continually say that the spirit this community shows during times of crisis, if we could duplicate that 365 days a year, there would be no stopping Palatka or Putnam County. And so we definitely appreciate all the efforts that were put forth. And again, thank you for your leadership as well. And we want to make sure we recognize your wife as well. So it's always good to see you, Julie. So let's move on to our Fire Prevention Week, October 9th through 15th, 2022. Mr. Assistant Chief, can you come forward at this time?
Whereas 2022 is the 100th anniversary of National Fire Prevention Week. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. Some 356,500 home fires caused 2,580 civilian deaths in the United States in 2020, according to the National Fire Protection Association. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half, as they can send smoke well before you can. And whereas residents should be sure everyone in the home understands the sounds of smoke alarms and how to respond and plan and practice a home fire escape. And whereas our first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas the 2022 Fire Prevention Week theme, Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape, effectively serves to remind us it is important to have a home fire escape plan. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 9th through the 15th, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Palatka. And we urge our citizens to plan and practice a home fire escape for Fire Prevention Week 2022 to support the efforts of our fire and emergency services. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 13th day of October in the year of our Lord 2022.
So moved.
Jones.
A second.
Aye.
Thank you guys for bringing this to everyone's attention. This is a great opportunity for us to get out into the community in a positive light. Spend some time with our young people, take them around, let them see our trucks, do all kinds of demonstrations. As you know, the crews are out busy. It's just a great time. We can spend some time with the youth, put them in the trucks, let them see what we do in a positive way without fear. We can take our time with them, and we can give a pretty important message in a light and fun way.
While y'all are getting ready for the picture, I want to thank you personally on behalf of Millen Learning Center. The guys came out to our school today and the kids were very excited. The parents got involved in allowing the students, making sure that everyone had on red. It was very interactive. And the biggest hit, of course, are the fire hats. So just thank you all. The guys love it. The kids love it. The families love it. And we love it. Again, thank you for all you do.
Get the fire trucks ready for Christmas gifts.
Oh, yeah, that's coming.
Next up, it's time for Purple. Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2022. Ms. Slavin and Lee Conley House, will you please come forward?
Whereas domestic violence is a crime that impacts all citizens of Putnam County, and its impact is wide-ranging, taking a dramatic toll on the criminal justice system, law enforcement, the healthcare community, and society as a whole. Each year in Putnam County, an estimated 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men are victims of domestic violence. This translates to 13,100 individuals affected in our county based on recent data. And whereas it is vital for our community to support the victims of domestic violence and assist with their grave financial, physical, and psychological losses, to impose legal sanctions against perpetrators of personal violence, and to help the batterers unlearn their abusive behavior. Whereas the Lee Conley House is the only certified domestic violence center in Putnam County, providing a 24-hour hotline, shelter, and other needed services and counseling to victims and their families. And it's been awarded certification through Florida's Department of Children and Families. And whereas the Palatka City Commission endorses and supports all programs sponsored by the Lee County House in its mission to provide shelter and support services to the victims of domestic violence and their families, thereby assisting in the elimination of domestic violence in our community. Now therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim the month of October 22 is hereby designated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Palatka. And we urge our citizens to participate in activities benefiting the Lee Conley House and its mission to provide shelter and support services to victims of domestic violence and their families, and support its goal of creating a community with zero tolerance of domestic violence. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 13th day of October in the year of our Lord 2022.
So moved.
Aye. I will always talk. You might not get me to shut up, though. That's the problem. So I'm really not going to say a whole lot, but it dawned on me that this room here is where Lee Conley came from. Leon Conley was a city commissioner, and he was the driving force. So it's always very special to be recognized by the city commission because this is where it began. And it was through people, much like yourselves, that worked tirelessly all day and then went out into the community and helped us transport women to Gainesville, but because we didn't have a shelter at that time, helped us fundraise and buy a little house that we could only house 8 women at a time. However, we kept 8 women at a time safe and fed, and their children were safe, and we grew. And it's only through this type of recognition throughout the community. I urge you, when you're out in the community, to mention us. If you know of anyone who you even suspect, you don't have to get in their business, but you can always mention that there is a domestic violence shelter in Putnam County, and that we're available to help, even if they don't want to come into shelter. We have plenty of outreach services. So just keep us in mind if you know of anybody. And it is all of our women, and this is just a very small representative here tonight, but all of us, it is our goal to build a better, safer Palatka, Putnam County, and eventually world for not only women, but men also. And we will do whatever we can to service these survivors of domestic violence. And we appreciate your help, and we appreciate you always giving us the recognition, and some of you giving much, much more.
And also, let's wear purple during October in support.
We also have a purple table talk on Tuesdays, where the girls will be answering questions on our Facebook page.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your work in the community. Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. If there's anyone here for public comment, you can fill out one of our yellow speakers cards that are located in the back to my left near the door. And so if you're here for public comment, this is now general public comment. So individuals who are here for general public comment and not for a specific item on the agenda, you can come forward for general public comment. I have a few cards that do not have an item number on there. Mr. Vickers, I'll call you up first. Give your name and address as you come forward so that we'll have that for the record. Mr. Vickers, you have 18 seconds left.
Well, it's gonna take 7 to get him.
Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. Ask you Vickers, 207 North 18th Street, 18 seconds. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Real good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm here about the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says that we all created equal. That means that we are created equal, we are created equal to each one. And I was reading Justice Ruth Ginsburg talking about how this works. And no state can regulate the 14th Amendment. We're here to do this equally. No, there can't be discrimination. It's not that it's for one person, it's for all people. The 14th Amendment addresses everything and everybody, regardless of where you are in the United States of America. Born here, you live, illegal, the resident of the state of Florida or anywhere in the United States. But there's a thing here, we're talking about equal equality, equal to each other. And I'm looking at here, I have codes that's, and these are laws, I think, aren't they? Are these codes of laws? Ma'am? Is that a law?
It's on your building, right?
Yes.
So do you?
It's been there for over 40 years.
So are you asking, I
You
mean,
know, I'm asking because call for service. Everybody has to respond when you call for service. You don't get a chance to dictate who you will serve and who you don't serve. I call for service and you can tell me you won't come because it's private property. It doesn't work that way. And this is what I've been getting. I requested a meeting with the city attorney, the city manager. I've called the chief of police. I can't get anything. He said he don't want to talk to me.
you can't get his name?
The
Chief
chief of
Jason
police-
Shaw?
He said he couldn't get anything.
Oh,
I can't get, he wouldn't come to the city attorney. He wouldn't come to the city manager. I came there, but he didn't show up. And the city manager says, oh, he sent somebody else, but I didn't ask for anybody else. I asked to speak to who? The man in charge.
that was sick the last time and sent somebody in place of him?
Yes.
I'm talking about Chief Shaw, the one that was
Yes,
sick,
yes.
and sent Newcomb. in his
Okay,
place.
but prior to that, I talked, he would come when I requested him to be present at the city attorney. I've called there, he won't answer, return a call. I talked to his people on the force, they will say that it's private property, they don't do private property. But if I'm not mistaken, I pay property tax, it helps pay these salaries, doesn't it? I didn't say pay these salaries, it helps pay it. So if I call for service, the job is to serve and protect. You don't get a chance to pick and choose who you serve or protect, do you? Ma'am? Does the police have a choice who they serve and protect?
I'm not sworn in as an officer, I mean.
Okay, I accept. Okay, this is what I've been going through for the past year.
20 seconds.
How many seconds?
20.
Okay,
Has a question? He can ask it when he finishes.
okay. I want to know why he can't reschedule him to come to a meeting so we can get these things straight. You can't tell me that I can't call for service and he has a right to tell me that I wouldn't deserve it.
Time's up. Just 1 second. Commissioner Campbell has a question pertaining to what you just.
I have a question because this is the same exact conversation that he came up with the last time in a meeting. Was there not a resolve to his request? Because it was my understanding that there was supposed to be something that is to take place. So I'm just trying to see if this is something that he's bringing back because there was no resolution, or is he bringing it back just to bring it back?
There was no resolution.
So you never had a meeting?
I know nothing about it.
May I make a comment? I did inquire about that prior because I heard that he attempted, but from my understanding, I think that they had the meeting. He did not want to come because he did want the chief in attendance. And another meeting was, they were attempting or maybe have made enough schedule another meeting and you refused to show. I could be wrong. I just need clarification for that.
No, that's not true. Every meeting that was scheduled, that I was aware of, I made that. I would make appointments and don't keep them. I don't make promises. No.
Yes, sir.
Is he, the city manager saying that because he sent somebody else, that was justification, it's not.
No, I'm not saying, let me say what I'm going to say. What I said was, we did have a meeting. I was present, city attorney was present, Captain Newcomb was present. Mr. Vickers came. Mr. Vickers said he didn't want to speak to us. He would not speak with us. We offered him the opportunity of addressing whatever his issues might be. City manager, city attorney, captain from the police department, and he said he did not want to speak with us. He would not speak unless Chief Shaw was present. So there's been a little event since that time called a hurricane that has kind of occupied a few first responders and city staff as well. But to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Vickers has not attempted to make another appointment with me or the city attorney for any meeting whatsoever.
Oh,
Sir, should I make an appointment? Or should you all make another appointment? If I come there and I request the chief of police, I ask him to sense about it. If you don't show it when he's supposed to, shouldn't y'all make appointments and let me know when he's available? I can't make an appointment for him to be there. He said he can't be there.
Mr. Holmes, can we get an appointment with you guys again, just so that we can actually accommodate and kind of take care of this
I was under the
situation?
impression when the last time Mr. Vickers was here, he left with Chief Shaw, or Chief Shaw contacted him then. So I didn't know whether or not they'd resolved whatever their issue was. I've not heard from him since.
Right. I'm just asking to sound like he's asking to meet with, tell me if I'm wrong, city manager, city attorney, and the chief of police. Is that what? So that's something simple that we could make that happen. So I'm asking the city manager at this time to schedule an appointment with these three and Mr. Vickers to take care of this issue once and for all, or whatever, just hear him out, or let the chief say what he need to say to him at the same time. And we're done with this.
I echo that same sentiment
Yeah.
because the mayor had mentioned the last meeting that we had when you came the last time, and we thought that was resolved when the mayor asked the chief to, you guys work it out, and I don't know where the ball got dropped, but again, I echo that same sentiment as Commissioner Jones.
I would expect Mayor tonight.
But just so that you know, Chief just said, go ahead and tell him what you just said.
I was wondering if he could speak.
Last time, if you remember, we had a big presentation.
Okay.
By the time that presentation was over, Mr. Vickers had. So I didn't get a chance to meet with him. So
Okay.
I'm willing to meet with Mr.
Okay.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Because, yeah, it just doesn't look good for the city in that respect, for it to keep coming back, and it's almost like we're not doing anything. But that's where it looks.
Yeah.
Not saying that it's happening, but let's bring some resolve to it. It's whatever the meeting need to happen, let's make the meeting happen, and let's get it over.
I talked to the city manager.
So we just said that, so I don't know, I don't ever like to disrespect the mayor. This is his charge.
No, you're fine.
Would we like to get together, do a brief little recess so that we can make sure before Mr. Vickers leaves tonight, you all can have a meeting.
Chief's gonna take the lead on it. He's already
Thank you.
said he talked to him. And they've always had an open line of communication, so we'll be fine.
Appreciate it, Chief.
So anybody need my telephone number?
No, I'll be to see you.
You got more?
No, I'm coming to see you.
Hey, Mr. Vickers, Chief is gonna escort you back there so he can get all your information. Now he's gonna escort you so we can keep this meeting going. We want to make sure we take care of our seniors. Let's go. I got you. Serve and protect. Let's go. Appreciate you though. Thank you. And we apologize for the inconvenience And Chief is gonna stepping out right now to make sure you guys get together. Thank you for taking care of that, Chief. Ms. Kreider.
I have some things on a little lighter note. Am I allowed to pass
Yes, ma'am.
things out?
That almost look like money. Didn't it? Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Figure out how to pull it back. It's one pull. So, as you know, Palatka is a trail town, and we are one of only 12 trail towns in the state of Florida. We were designated in 2020 by the State Department of Environmental Protection. We have had many, many requests for a map that shows where are the trails, especially the ones that go over the bridge and connect to downtown and the riverfront. So this has been a project a year and a half in the making, and it was a combined effort started actually by the State Office of Greenways and Trails that gave us the designation, and combined with Putnam Blueways and Trails, citizens organization of which I am the chair, and with RHP, the Revitalize Historic Palatka, and Sam Deputy's graphics business. So that was a group effort, and we actually are the first official trail town map. So they were first ones of all 12 of the trail towns to have this map. And here, RHP, Robbie Correa, is the chairman of our trail town committee that has worked tirelessly on helping make this map happen as well. We had 5,000 printed. It was, again, a year in the making, and finally PIP, the new graphics printing. I saw you, Mr. Borum, that they was able to print them, but they weren't able to fold them. As you can see, it's a rather unusual fold to put in the back pocket of a bicyclist. So we decided we would have a number of community events, folding parties, get businesses involved with folding it, and it would become then a community involvement project. And that they would also be able to help us advertise and distribute them. We do have a Boy Scout troop doing some. We have coordinated with the ARC, the Association of Retired Citizens, through Melissa Miller. So they're taking it on as a project to help us fold these. And once we get a number of them folded, we're going to distribute them. I've already taken them to Gainesville, to bike shops and the Tourist Development Council there. We're going to take them all completely around the St. Johns River to Sea loop, which is one of the maps that's on there. You can see the front side of the map is, or back or front, whichever. One side has to do with regional trail systems and the St. Johns River to Sea loop, which we're part. And the other has to do with Palatka, the city of Palatka, and various points of interest, information about the alternative route to get out to the Keystone Heights route. So anyway, I just wanted to say that also we're coordinating with, in the spring, with Bike Florida to do, help us put on a trail event and to showcase the maps. And hopefully by then we will have the bridge underpass boardwalk repaired and open for use, a project that has literally since May been barricaded, fallen through the cracks, more or less, so to speak.
You got 10 seconds.
Which I think is an embarrassment to the city, for visiting cyclists, and a total disadvantage for local cyclists, pedestrians, and joggers who wants to use this bridge underpass to safely transition from the bridge trail system to the Palatka downtown riverfront. So I'm hoping that that project can reemerge. We talked with DOT representatives today, Waterways and Trails Committee meeting, and hopefully we can get that back on track.
Thank you.
Because safety is
Thank
our ultimate concern, and we want to make sure, I know you want it done expediently, but we want to make sure that
It's
sensible
May.
and
Well,
that is safe.
okay, thank you very much.
Any questions?
Thank you,
No,
Mr. Pryor.
no, ma'am, we appreciate your comments. Lynn Roberson, are your comments for Hammock Hall or are they for in general? If you want to wait till the Hammock Hall, it comes up out. Come on up. Come on down. Just give your name and address for us, please.
All righty, it's Lynn Robertson, 410 South 9th Street, Palatka, Florida. I am here to ask for the city commission's help because I'm really confused. Traditionally, Hammock Hall has been available to the community. Now, we've heard about leaky roofs, zoning problems. We're gonna sell it. All this kerfluffle seems to me to be based in personal disagreement. I don't think it's the city's job to engage in personal disagreements with a community activist. We want a city that is fair to everyone, where quality of life is terrific. We want Palatka to be a happy, bustling place where we can be proud of. Now, the community used Hammock Hall for churches, for clubs, the Bridge Club, for parties, for events. I really believe that the city commission should give Hammock Hall back to the community. The community needs a place to meet. And really, it's been grandfathered in because the community has used Hammock Hall zoning regardless for what, 20 to 15 years? I don't think there's any risk in allowing the community to use it. And the murmurs of fiscal malfeasance, et cetera, don't seem to be real, just like the leaking roof. I think the city is bigger than this. And I'm calling upon you to reunite Hammock Hall and the community, who ran it very well as far as I could see. I'm pretty picky. And I just want to say good evening and thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else here for general public comment? Seeing no one, we will close general public comment at this time. We will move into our consent agenda, item number 5 on the agenda. Excuse me. Item number 5 on the agenda, items A through L, I'm sorry, A through I. Are there any items that you wish to have removed from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to accept all consent agenda items A through I.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor, a second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further unreadiness as it relates to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 6 of the agenda. As a discussion update for South 14th and South 15th Street drainage projects progress. Ms. Gano.
Sunny, did you get the presentation? Bring that up. Marcia Gano, Project Manager, General Services. So we came in on 9/22 and asked for a 30-day extension under a performance plan criteria with DB Civil on the South 14th, South 15th Street drainage projects. So we're here to provide that update. So if we can go to the presentation, it's just one page. Well, go to the next page. Okay, so clearly from the time that we were here before till now, we were impacted by the hurricane. I can say that DB Civil mobilized immediately after the hurricane. They were back on site Saturday, Sunday. Noteworthy was they said they had gone around, they had like 5 sites that were active for them at the time. And this was by far the driest and easiest to access. So the drainage problems that we've had there before have been dramatically improved. And that was a real test to the quality of the construction there. On site on Saturday, the hurricane impact, so that didn't affect DB Civil, but it did force the curb systems, which is their concrete installer, to reschedule from Tuesday, 9/27. I was out there on Tuesday with them in front of Bennett Glass going, I mean, we're on the phone and it's going, fill that in with dirt. They got to be able to get out of the driveway. The curb installers can't come today. So once you push them back, then you're just back in the shuffle. They are scheduled to come on Friday, the 13th. So you can see Dalton has provided the revised plan that's there. He is on track with that. The picture that I have there is of 14th Street. It looks pretty darn good, even without the asphalt. So I do believe with the appeal to the commission with another 30-day extension, they will be where they need to be on 14th, with the side streets, Laurel and Oak.
Today's the 13th.
I'm sorry, 14th is the curb systems.
Any questions, comments from the commission? You've heard the recommendation from staff at this point.
But what I just would like to say, if we communicate that to the residents in that area, let them know the delay, because they have been calling. People have concerns about the construction. If you could just, like we have in the past, put notices out, let them know. I don't have a problem other than that.
Is that a motion to extend 30 days, Commissioner?
But that I will, and then pose motion to extend it 30 days. This project got 30 days.
Second.
On the floor in a second by Commissioner McCaskill. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's move into the 11th Street, St. John's Avenue, and north of 11th Street across Reed Street boring. For portable water lines, we have a discussion and direction as it relates to those projects. Ms. Cano, you're up again.
Marcia Gano, Project Manager, General Services. Okay, so the request is on, under the commission's direction, we have been dictating to the contractor that they do any crossings on St. John's Avenue at night. They brought to our attention the next activity is at 11th from St. John's through to Reed Street and under Reed Street. Reed Street is a DOT right of way. It requires a DOT inspector to be on site. So they have requested to do that during the day hours. And as you remember, the drill and bore is they drill an access hole, they run a machine underneath the roadway, so it doesn't even disturb traffic or parked cars. And then they have an access way on the other side. They put in the pipe and then they pull it back through and connect it that way. So but we are required to have the DOT inspector, and so request that we authorize them to do that during the day.
You've heard staff's recommendation. Any questions?
And again, this did say that for safety reasons that inspector will be on site.
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask another question? Has there any accidents? Have there been any accidents or anything that has taken place since the project started at night or?
Not specifically on the downtown. We have had some claims that we've passed along to our insurance adjusters.
Yes, sir.
And they're working through the contractor's insurance first. I did want to mention the reason St. John's Avenue is included in this, the contractor believe it's best to go ahead and do the bore from 11th and St. John's all the way through Reed, so as to not interrupt ingress and egress to the emergency operations on 11th Street, Fire Department and Police Department.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to accept staff recommendation. Is there a second? A second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, possible location of public works facility.
Mayor, could I
Yes, sir.
intro? This is Mr. Chris Nardone from Sarah and Associates. They've been working with us on a couple of different projects to try to provide some assessments and some clarity as to some options that the city has on a couple of different projects. The one that he's going to speak to first is a location of a public works facility. As you know, we had previously, with commission direction, focused on building a new public works facility out on property that the city already owns in the vicinity of the airport. More recently, when some issues arose concerning the possibility of the city acquiring the Jenkins School site, not the gym, but the school site, we asked the Pacero and Associates and Mr. Dardone to give us some assessments of how we might make the school site fit the bill for the public works location, together with some estimates of costs. And so he's prepared to address that now. I'm well aware of the fact that we don't have the Jenkins School site, but these are options for the commission to be able to consider relative costs and also, of course, time of construction and so forth. So if I could introduce Mr. Nardone.
Mayor, Commissioners, we're going to be discussing our two site options for the public works for Palatka future sites. The one at Palatka Municipal Airport is a undeveloped site. And then, as you know, Jenkins Middle School is a developed site. Sunny, thank you. Right now, this is a preliminary layout of the facilities that would be needed for the new public works, parking areas, and aprons for access of the buildings, and admin area, parking garage, including maintenance and inmate services, and then of course future expansion, and then also control the storm pile at the site. The airport site pros is potentially more secure, being at the airport. The tasting land use is more appropriate as far as the airport, less residential. New purpose-built facility, and proposed structure is designed with future expansion in mind, which was illustrated on site plan. The cons would be it's more remote as far as not centralized within the city. It would have higher initial costs being a virgin site. It's less developable area as far as expansion. The site is what you saw on the plan. It's also in the presence of wetlands and tortoises, which could be adds quite a cost to the development of the site, because every tortoise has a cost that needs to be relocated as an endangered species. Study. The Jenkins site, Public Works, as you can see, A is already an established building for administration, same as B and also C. D would be the area that we propose for the 3-bay maintenance facility, which would then also could be for use for expansion also as well. Next. That's okay. The pros, it's a larger site. Opportunity to utilize remaining buildings. You notice that not every single building was identified for public works. It costs less than a new building as far as the process. And the location is more central to the downtown core. The cons is that it is, in a residential area, but a large site does allow for a lot of buffer. Aging structures, of course, because we're going to be utilizing the structures, which is they're in good shape and could be utilized very well. It's potentially less secure, because airports are always more secure. But it is a larger site, which may include more maintenance costs. And we're just talking about landscaping and just keeping the grass straight. Next, thank you. Probable costs, being that it's an established building, a lot of the cost is saved in that regard. When it comes to land development, all the processes you got to go through. And also time is of the, time also helps, which also saves money. And we're estimating right now around $4 million. Currently what's going on, the market is very volatile, but right now we're talking around $4 million. It can be phased and scaled. And also, but it does not include the cost that we would need for the site acquisition. That needs to be determined. The airport, being it's a virgin site, undeveloped site, it takes a considerable more cost, almost twice as much, about $7 million. And a little more difficult to phase and scale. What we mean by phase and scale is that at the high school, those buildings are fairly readily available. Right? They're already built. You can almost start administration soon with the renovation of that building. The best part about the buildings is you're already out of the mud. You're not held by weather. You're not held by conditions. And that helps a lot. And of course, that helps in cost. And once again, site acquisition cost is not included in that. So, questions, any input, thoughts?
That's a lot to take in just in a short period of time like that, seeing the side by side, but
Yeah, any slides you would like to see, or we backtrack to look at them? Because I did go a little quickly.
Overall, like side by side, in total, we got some, we showed one and then we showed the other, but you showed a side by side on this one, but I'd like to see side by side.
Oh, pros and cons as far as?
Yeah, almost like when you do the comparison on both with both aspects of each existing site and.
Sudi's really good with this stuff. Maybe she could somehow give us.
Yeah, and one of the, what immediately, it is. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
She can file for another, she can file for another PowerPoint and pull it to the right and then use this and pull it to the left and it'll sit.
And I can tell you one of the things that jumped up at me, it seems more feasible, the Jenkins Middle School site. Number one, the cost and the availability, already, to be used. It's just in a better place. However, I understand what Commissioner Gorham is saying. He has a different mindset, of course, and a different taste, and he wants to see more. But I'm definitely in more favor of the Jenkins Middle School site. So.
Any other comments? Go ahead. Go ahead. Commissioner Jones?
I just, in looking at the two sites, possible relocation sites, when we talked about doing a needs assessment and the cost, do we ever, I know this is not a popular topic, but do we ever think about utilizing the site that we have? And why I ask that question is Jenkins Middle School is one of the pros. It's also one of the cons. And one of the reasons why we were talking about relocating is to get it outside of the residential area. Jenkins Middle School was a community school inside a residential area. So that's not what we were looking at doing. And I'm quite sure considerable cost to build the structures that we already have in place, improving versus new structure, gotta be a lot cheaper. I just would like to have seen from your agency what would be the cost of restructuring or remodeling what we have. Being as, I hear we need some administrative offices and stuff, that's what we don't have. And I know we were talking about the restrooms and stuff like that, but what we do have there is the structures that we're currently using. And I know that's not popular with the entire board, but I would like to see that for informational purposes, what we have, what it would cost to revamp what we have versus new construction and again, remodeling Jenkins.
Oh, you're saying remodeling Jenkins or the
Mr.
current city
Mayor?
hall?
No, City Hall. We're talking
Okay,
about Public
that's what I'm
Works.
asking. Said, what
Public
we-
Works.
Okay, so, just asking. so I
Mr.
don't know
Mayor?
what you're asking.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd just like to bring to the board's attention, the commission's attention, that 3 of the commissioners have a possible conflict about any discussion about the sale or the acquisition of the Jenkins. So before we go any further, I just wanted to bring that.
Thank
Can you
you.
repeat what you just said, please? Just a little bit louder.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. I just wanted to bring to the commission's attention the possible conflict of interest that 3 of the board members have with any discussion concerning the acquisition of the Jenkins Middle School property.
Oh, so you're saying 3 of us on this board don't even want to have a discussion about acquiring that building? Or that's just, I'm just asking for clarification to tell me they don't even want us to discuss it?
We just want you to understand that you have a possible conflict. You may discuss it, but you may not participate in any kind of vote of any kind of concerning this matter.
If I may, I went on the record the last time we had this conversation that I would not say anything. So I just want to put that back out there. I will recuse any conversations with regards to anything dealing with that property.
Is that something that we can't, the 3 of us can't do because we're employees of the district?
Yes, and there was some activities. I think the last time there was a discussion about the acquisition of this property, that there was some conversations about you participating in possible conflict.
When you say you, who would that be? Can I ask you this?
Yes, ma'am.
Was I included that there was possible conversation with Tammy McCaskill?
No, ma'am,
Okay,
but
thank
it
you,
was,
ma'am.
yes.
But it doesn't preclude commissioners from discussing this matter, correct?
I stated that, sir, that they can discuss it, not
But
vote.
just now, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Could my question be answered? Yeah, we went way off.
Yeah, we lost your question.
I really thought that when we gave those directions that was included, because when you're talking about needs assessment and the cost associated with it, we should have all of those factors included or options, because when you opened up, you said the 2 options that we have, but there is a 3rd option. As I understand it, now maybe I'm in the blind.
It wasn't stated during when the request was made. When the request was made, I brought up a conversation about Jenkins Middle School. Nobody else said anything about looking at the current site. And the last direction from the commission was to look at the site near the airport. And so that was what we did at the last meeting. Nobody said a thing about the current site, but if that's something that you want to look at, I don't think there's going to be any opposition to it.
Mayor, Commissioner, so you may recall, we did look at the current site when we started this almost 5 years ago. The current site, simply put, would require new construction. None of the buildings, with the exception of the garage, are usable space. And you have no site improvements on site that are adequate. So in terms of comparison, it would require something similar to what the airport site
And it's a smaller footprint, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just a
Thank you,
visual
Tom.
person and I just like you laid it out here, I want to see, I would like to see it. And again, just a reminder, I wasn't here 5 years ago when those conversations commenced. So that's what I'm asking.
I
For me
know
to make an informed decision, if you're asking me to make one.
we've been at this for a while, and we kicked the can down the road
Long time.
a long time. And
Yeah.
as we have a duty as elected officials to make sure that those that work, our staff, are in places where that's suitable for work. I know I visited the current lot and it's not a place that I would definitely want to report to every day. But again, we've had this conversation for far too long now, and we really, really need to take action on it.
We
Mayor, I don't think nobody on this commission would want somebody to continue to work in deplorable or in substandard conditions. I don't think anybody on this board would want that. So in terms of, you want to make sure we're doing things that we do not due diligence as it relates to cost, as it relates to a number of things that make sense as opposed to just going and selecting the option. So again, when you want to look at the options that's going to be best suited for our taxpayers and for the community. So I know I'm not dragging my feet. I'm ready to make decisions, but we're here to do that and we're going to do our due diligence.
I understand that, but we've already looked at.
I'm not talking back and forth with you. I'm just saying.
Back and forth with you. I'm just stating my mission to it.
Hold on.
But what I'm saying is
Hold on a
we're
second,
not
hold on a
going
second,
back
hold
and
on a
forth.
second. Hold on a second. Commissioner Borum, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done, but I'm just saying, I'm not speaking to you, Commissioner Campbell. I'm just making a statement.
Commissioner Campbell.
Thanks for the clarity, because like I said, we've already addressed the matter of the current lot, and I just wanted to make sure that that was put out there.
Well, may I
Go ahead.
address it and be final? To reconstruct at the current lot is not putting them in the same place. It will be a new construction or reconstruction. So I'm quite sure if we're talking about a new construction at the current site, it's not going to be the same condition. Commissioner Campbell.
Well,
Still have been a residential area that you're opposed to, right?
I'm not opposed to it. That's what the reason you're on this commission and you guys said that was one of the reasons to move it out of the residential area. And I just wanted to point out that Jenkins Middle School is exactly, that's what I pointed out.
But as you're pointing that out, if you're familiar with the location, then you know that Jenkins Middle School is a block and a half from State Road 17 as well. Far differently than coming through the business district and at the end of a street in a residential area.
Mayor, I gave my
Can I
opinion.
finish? That's fine. That's fine, but I got the floor. I got the floor right now. I'll let you talk.
Matter.
I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk. And this is what I'll say to everyone. If you want to compare something, compare the prices. I understand the need to sit down, and I understand the need for us to get our employees out of the current state, and that need's been there for a long time. The reality of it is this: we're talking millions of dollars difference between the acquisition of the two facilities. The reality is that if you stay where you are, the only difference between the airport and the current site is very small. And you have a current site in place and you won't have to build a garage facility, which is just a metal building that sits there that's in an aged condition that may need its own upgrades. But the difference between the two facilities is almost half the price. So you're comparing really what boils down to an under budgeted $4 million facility versus a $7 million facility. At the end of the day, when you're talking about adding roughly another 42% or so towards the cost of a facility, that in itself should be the no-brainer for you. Let's just say we cut $500,000 off of it by not having to build the garage facility. You still find yourself in a significant position when you don't have the resources to necessarily go out and make that decision. At the end of the day, the driving force for the decision that you make should be cost. In this particular situation, when you're talking about millions of dollars, we're talking about $3 million difference in estimated cost, not counting acquisition of the property. In one case, there won't be an acquisition cost as it pertains to the property, but in the other there is. And those are the things that we have to look at. And at the end of the day, the only suggestion I see that makes sense is to phase in the way that you build this facility, because building costs are astronomical at this time. There's an opportunity to go in and immediately start operations from a business side of it to be able to house your vehicles and do some of the other things and then build out on one facility versus the other facility. It's just a matter of seeing if the costs are manageable. The reality of it is the current facility is just not going to work for anybody. It's not going to work, and it's deplorable. But we've explored. At some point, you got to decide.
Mayor, might just make a couple of comments, and obviously it's not my decision to make, but just for consideration of the commission, there are a couple other factors involved. One is if we build at the airport, you're taking a site that may have a higher or better use in the future in private industry. We've already had some interest in acquiring it from third-party private industry. It is adjacent to our airport. It may very well be in the future that it's something that would be a job generator, a revenue builder, et cetera, et cetera. Secondly, if you did move from the present site, then you free that property up for improvement, either as part of the park area that's down there now, or in some other fashion that might be more amenable and more compatible with the residential community that's there. And then three, not to be forgotten, the Jenkins site, as it stands right now, includes 25 acres of raw land, which may or may not be included in what the city might be able to acquire. But if it were included, it'd either be an opportunity for you to generate some revenue, or maybe even look at some housing projects or development that might address some of your affordable housing needs. So I'll just mention those three topics. And then lastly, I will say one more thing. In the last 5 years, since we started talking, y'all started talking about this, your costs of construction have probably gone up
50%,
300-400%.
Wow. Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
It's double.
So it goes back to Commissioner Campbell kicking the can down the road, However, Mayor, if I may say, so that all hearts and minds are clear and there's no unreadiness with any of us commissioners here on the dais, will it hurt if for questions that we may have to maybe postpone it for another meeting, maybe have an opportunity for a workshop and talk and get questions and then be ready for a decision? Will that hurt so that we don't have any unreadiness? That's just my decision, my recommendation and my opinion, and the rest of us, of course, it'll be to the rest of us to decide.
Well, I know I'm feeling in that same way myself in terms of not being able to make a decision right now based on what's been put before me. I like to look at it a little bit more in detail. And so that's where I'm at with it.
It doesn't hurt to look at it any further. I don't necessarily think that another workshop, we've workshopped this to death, is going to be the answer. I mean, the only thing that's going to change are the numbers, and the numbers haven't changed in our favor over the course of the time that we've delayed in doing this. But it's whatever's the pleasure of the commission as it pertains to this matter. At the end of the day, I want the decision to be informed, because it's a lasting decision that's going to be made, and it's going to be impactful for the community as a whole. I think there's some validity to all the comments that were made by the commission. But we have to, at some point, you got to make a decision and stick with it. And so this is where we are. So I'll entertain a motion at this time.
I recommend that we have a workshop. I know you say we workshop a lot of things, but we're gonna workshop other things and it won't
We
hurt.
workshopped this 3 times.
Okay, well,
I mean,
you just asked me.
You can make a motion.
Okay, I motion that we workshop this right here, this issue about the
Second.
2 facilities.
I second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion as it pertains to the workshop? Seeing none, all in favor of a workshop, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I didn't. I was hoping you forgot. Give me 1 second before. I've already got this vote on the floor. I'm sorry.
No, my motion for clarity was for not to workshop it.
Okay. Anyone, Commissioner Jones, what's your vote?
I vote for not kicking it down the can and make a decision today of what we're gonna do.
Okay. So that's a nay.
However, I would like to hear from the public.
Can you let me run the meeting for 1 second?
You asked me a question.
I just asked for your vote. So Miss Kitchens, will you come forward at this time? I am, but I just needed to make sure I got his vote on the record. Go ahead.
Mayor and Commission, okay? Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. And I have a couple of questions, maybe. Are we talking about Jenkins Middle School or the Jenkins Gym?
The entire school facility.
Okay. There's an old saying, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. The city attorney just told you that the 3 members that are employed by the Putnam County School District cannot vote on anything applying to Jenkins schools. They can't vote to buy the building, and with only 2 votes to buy the building, you can't get it, number 1. Number 2, the school board's not about to sell it. I've just heard they're fixing to do all the renovations and move their public works out there. So that leaves you with the option, if you don't consider the current location, of going to the airport. I have no objection to you going to the airport. But as Commissioner Jones was talking, and I know that Commissioner Jones was not here when the workshops were held in the previous discussion about using the current location and building a new building. I remember Mr. Griffith talked about building a nice Butler building out there that would be inexpensive, would be a good building. I also remember that your city staff that works out there came in and 3 or 4 of them stood up and they said, please do not do a new building. We don't use the building in the first place. It's a waste of money. Put the money into our salaries. So that's what your staff said. And Mr. Jones, I don't believe was on the commission at the time.
I think he was.
Well, he may have been. Okay, he remembers, he's nodding his head, but that's what your staff recommended. Now, again, I'll say, if you want to go to the airport, I have no real problem with that. But why not go ahead and get, since Mr. Jones wasn't here at the time, I don't think, get a cost of what it would be to put a new building, a Butler building in the current location. As to the current location going through residential, that's true. However, much to your dismay, I'm sure, I drove from all the way out to Jenkins School and all the way through the north side this afternoon. Lots of lovely houses in that area. It's all residential. And yes, they can go 2 blocks to US 17, but when they come back to the building, they still have to go through the neighborhood to just pick up the garbage. So the question of residential at Jenkins and at the current location, I think is moot. I understand the current location is an obstacle to maybe expanding the ball fields. That is something to take into consideration because you're doing a nice job on the ball fields. My recommendation, if you can't do anything else, go to the airport. You can't vote on Jenkins anyway. Probably an ethics violation. The city attorney just brought it up. So if you're not going to consider the current location, and I would suggest if you do have a workshop, and I'm kind of confused on what the motion was because Ms. McCaskill said a workshop, I thought it passed, and then Mr. Campbell said something else. So at this point, I'm going, what? If you do a workshop, great, but how about, why not just get some more information from Commissioner Jones on the current location? Then, like you said, Mayor, compare the prices, whichever one's the most cost effective, the airport or the current location, because Jenkins is out of the picture since 3 of the commissioners are employed by the school district. Thank you.
And then, again, what's the workshop purposes? I mean, you get the information, you bring it back in, we'll ask the same questions, but if we do it in a workshop manner, all the questions can be asked in, and then we get back into the meeting, we can move forward with it. So.
You got a card? You got a card on this issue? No. You're gonna fill one out for me after you finish speaking, right? I got you. Come on up. No, come on now and just fill it up so we have it for the record.
Vito Russo, 415 Emmett. I just want to clarify one thing that the gentleman gave on the presentation. Option number 1 was Jenkins Middle School. That was a $4 million project with the acquisition of Jenkins Middle School, right?
No, it didn't include acquisition costs.
That was acquisition.
It didn't include acquisition cost. It didn't include acquisition cost.
Okay, the acquisition cost, according to the school district, is like $4 million, if it's possible to buy it, or thereabouts. I mean, well, that's what they're asking for, right? They're asking for $4 million?
That's what it's,
4 point something?
there was an appraisal for 4 point something.
Okay, so I just want that clarified. And then the gentleman mentioned that option 2 at the airport, that was a city-owned property, but then in the presentation, it talked about another acquisition. And what acquisition would that be if the city owns the property?
For the FAA to release the property, you have to sell it at fair market value to the city. The cost would be split by those departments that utilize the facility. So 2 enterprise funds and various general funds.
So we don't own all the property that we need at the airport for this project.
Anytime you take airport property off of the airport master plan, then you have to pay the airport for the property. So you eventually send money to one of your other departments.
So that's a $7 million project plus the acquisition cost.
Right, that's why both of the captions said no, the acquisition cost not included.
Okay, so is there any idea what the acquisition cost is for the airport property?
No, we got a general idea of what it will be based upon acreage, but it still has to be appraised.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. For your card out. Appreciate that. All right. You've heard comments. Anybody else here for public comment? It's going to fill the card out for me later. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment at this time. Now have discussion from the commission again, and I'll entertain another motion. Not everybody at one time.
Don't we have to withdraw the motion that was made?
The motion failed. The previous motion failed. It's voted down 2-3.
So I would assume that if it failed, somebody else has the intentions of what they want to do, maybe the 3 that didn't vote for it. There's something else we would like to do?
It failed on a workshop, didn't it?
Yeah.
If on workshop, I'll suggest that that you at least table this matter to get the additional information requested by both Commissioner McCaskill as well as Commissioner Jones, and bring it back a date certain.
That's what I second. That's what I just second when she
No,
said
she
that
asked for a workshop. The motion you seconded was for a workshop.
Okay.
So we'll just have we'll just do it. You want us to motion to come back and have a hour or 2 workshop during the commission.
However you choose to do it, I got all night.
Somebody make a motion.
So at this point, you can give direction as to what information you want. You can make another motion. I just need somebody to make a motion and give some direction as to what pertains to this.
For the workshop, because is a commissioner on the board, which is Commissioner Borum, that had some unreadiness. So out of respect for my fellow commissioner, I just asked that, hey, maybe we need to do a workshop, ask questions, get the information we need. It'll save time in other meetings. So if you got all night, sure, forget the workshops.
Well, Commissioner, your motion failed. Is there a new motion? Is there a new motion from anyone as it pertains to this matter?
Can I get a point of clarity, please?
Is there a new motion as it pertains to this matter? What's your point of clarity, sir?
Point of clarity is going to be, as the point of Ms. Kitchen brought up, will the Jenkins site still be an item that we could actually vote on this dais, because we do have 3 commissioners that are employees of the school district?
Yes, the remaining 2 who are eligible to vote on this matter can vote.
The remaining 2?
You don't lose your quorum because you have a conflict. Your quorum is kept by the presence of the members at the meeting. So the legal interpretation is flawed that you got earlier from before.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that one.
Thanks. Well, I say let's go ahead and vote. Well, no. That's all I need. I need that point. I need that point. But the attorney just said it earlier, but
I need a
I'm a
motion.
little confused, so I think that,
What are you confused about, Commissioner?
earlier you said that you wanted to remind us that, you said 3
Yes,
employees.
3
We'll have
of the commissioners are
commissioners.
ineligible to vote on this matter. Yes. You have a quorum of 5, everybody's present. The 2 eligible,
Would be you and the mayor.
correct, are eligible to vote on this matter.
Okay, I
You
thought
don't lose, you don't lose your quorum, as the mayor said
I thought
earlier.
you meant 2
because-
out of the 3.
Oh.
Employees were eligible.
I see.
Now you get what I'm saying. Now I'm not confused. I understand. So I'm back to, we can go ahead and vote on this.
Do
I'm
you
still
need,
waiting
do
on
you
the
need a
motion.
response from me? On that?
The mayor has asked for a motion, so that tells you you can vote if you want. That doesn't mean, right?
I didn't hear your, I didn't hear your response.
I was asking if you need a response from me to your question. I'm not sure exactly.
Yes, I
if it-
want to know, is that a yes or no?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
So only person, if I entertain a motion, we entertain a motion, you said that the 3 employees could not at this point vote. Employees of the school district.
Tell you what I'm gonna do at this time, just so that we don't sit and do this dance continuously. I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess. You can ask council whatever you want. We're gonna reconvene. Everybody's had a chance to stretch. Okay, we'll continue our discussion. Is there a motion at this time? I'll resolicit a motion to table.
I'll make a motion that we table this issue.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Is there any discussion on the motion? I would ask that as we table this, that all the information requested be provided to the commission, and if the commission has any additional information that they want in place, that they give that to staff so that they can have that information when we come back on this motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Nardone. All right. Next up, acquisition. Thank you. Acquisition of 511 St. John's Avenue. Mr. Nardone, you're back up again.
This one we're going to discuss is the city's need for a new city hall. Property, 511 St. John's. It's a 1.5 acre lot. Constructed in 1962. It was partially renovated in 2014. The building's approximate square footage is a little over 17,000.
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt, please? May I ask Mr. Nardone to turn on the microphone? During the recess, I had turned it off.
Can you cut your microphone on, Mr. Nardone?
Is it on now? Okay. You want me to start over?
No, sir.
It's quite all right. Approximate size of the building, 17,626 square feet. And it's a shell structure, serviceable condition. Next. The facility consistent assessment as far as existing systems require repair and replacement. The most major ones is the roofing, where the other portion of the roof is pretty much original and having a lot of issues. And that's also included with the mechanical equipment and the electrical systems that have been through a lot of variations, changes throughout those years since 1962. So there is potential code and accessibility requirements that may be required, especially if you go over certain thresholds in the renovation of the building. And there's also potential hazardous materials, because generally it was not until the 70s where they were starting to make sure there was no lead or asbestos used in it, building materials. Also, because of the building with its roof condition, there's been evidence of a lot of water infiltration and water leaks, which generally, when you dig deeper over the surface, you may find more. That could be an issue too. Why we recommend mechanical systems to be revamped, especially the air system. Sunny, excuse me. This is the floor plan of the first floor of the existing building. What was very important as far as the building is concerned is the commission chambers. That spot number 1, that red square, is actually twice the size of what we're in right now. That is about 50 by 40. This room. Then we have the existing area as far as the private lobby, as far as proposed security lobby, and that would also help function for the other spaces. What's not shown here is we would have planning and zoning on the second floor. We would have access by that existing elevator. The space is large enough to allow for what the city currently needs,
And there is some area to allow for additional expansion in the future. Other areas we could expand out to would be number 2, consider this for as the public restrooms. And also number 4, we can potentially make that commission chambers even bigger. I don't have a budget costs because 2 and 4 would actually take advantage of the existing roof, but those are currently exterior space.
Those are the flower beds, for lack of a better term.
Correct, correct. I don't know how familiar you are with the building. Probable costs to remodel, we're looking around 3.5 million. That's taking care of the entire, most of the spaces. The renovated spaces in 71 don't need as much work, but the rest of the building would require that. That's good. It does not include site acquisition or improved costs. They need to be improvement costs as far as to be determined. That's okay. The new construction to pick a site, we don't have yet. This is just as far as new construction on an undeveloped site. Again, it's almost twice the cost. In this matter, we're saying it would be probably twice the cost for all the site improvement, site work. And it's a high level right now because until we really know the idea of the site. So, there's a lot to determine, a lot of factors involved. Really, the more essence of this is the viability of keeping City Hall downtown and utilizing the existing site. And also, it's a great way to re-gentrify your city, staying in your city, and utilizing an existing building. So, again, that helps a lot because, again, you're already out of the ground. You don't have to worry about a lot of things as far as surface more. You already have parking. You have Willow Street parking. 1.5 acres, pretty good to be inside the city. It could be utilized. That's for that.
Isn't some of that parking shared parking?
So that's correct, but I will mention at this time that I had spoken with the seller, and if the city were to move forward, if you remember the site, there's a parking lot that's directly south of the building, southerly of the building, and then if you remember, there's a drive-in little facility, and then if you and that's where the property boundary was that was listed for sale ended. But there is a distinct possibility that if the city made its contract contingent upon the additional land to the east being added into the acquisition, that would be, there's a significant chance that would be granted, that would be agreed upon. So if that were to occur, you'd basically have, there's that little parking lot right behind what used to be Ronnie Clark's building. The county owns that along with the building, but everything else there would be part of the site, which would mean a lot of additional parking.
You mentioned the roofing and the leaking issue, right? And possible other issues with that, but is it not true, Don, that the owner agreed to probably fix that, take care of that? I could be wrong.
I don't remember that. I don't remember. We were told, we were advised that the roof had been repaired, and I think
that's probably what it was. Okay.
Mr. Nardone indicated that he saw evidence of some repairs, but without going into great detail, he doesn't think that those repairs are going to be something that would be long lasting or long term. Correct?
Yes. The way the roof was put on, as far as the PVC coating over the existing roof, there wasn't any care in taking care of slopes or existing topography of that roof. So it's already getting wear and tear from ponding and the water not reaching the drains sufficiently, which then with the sitting water will dilapidate the finish of the material quicker than normal. And also the way they wrapped or did the parapets or the flashing with the very irregular stonework and slopping on a lot of caulk or silicone. There's still evidence of some water getting in the stairwells. The evidence is there, but unless they put them in repair. But
Any other questions or comments from Mr. Nardone?
So none of that reflects any potential additional cost as it relates to roof mold and the flooring.
That's what the 3.5 million would be. That would be to take care of the roof, replace the systems. And what that does is just the roof and alone, replace the systems, will go over the threshold of the value of the building, which means at that point, we got to bring it up to code fully, that's why the cost is at that amount, because then it would be energy codes, better efficient systems, insulated exterior walls, redoing the roof, proper insulation on the roof, even taking care of the windows and anything that's inefficient as far as ADA access and the stairs, railings and so forth. And remediation of asbestos, lead.
One more time.
That would be any remediation for lead, asbestos, and mold.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, that's acquisition costs and all included there?
No. Is
No,
that
not the one- 'cause
acquisition?
It was 1 point, it was 1 point.
Cost of acquisition, the site's not.
Okay,
That is what it would take to get that building to what you want as a city.
okay, so I just,
Not flash, that is the bare
Bare
bones
minimum.
stripped down, but would give you a very good city offer. Good try.
wow. For that. Oh.
Any questions, concerns, comments, motions at this point?
Just for the commission's information, you may already know, but Sarah and Associates did a very thorough, comprehensive report. I want to thank them for that, Chris, all your hard work. We wanted to make sure that if the city should acquire the property, there were not surprises. And I feel very comfortable and confident that they addressed about as much as could be addressed. I know if you've seen the report.
Absolutely.
I've seen it, but it's a very thorough report. So thank you.
City Manager, what is the, what are we looking at as far as acquisition costs? That building.
Well, the contract that we accepted assignment of was at 1.2. Now, whether or not there's any given that number, who knows? And you know, but the contract that, as you know, there was an existing contract and we accepted assignment of that contract. We did not pay anything for the assignment fees. We did replace the deposit that the gentleman had posted who had the contract, but it is a refundable deposit. So if we choose not to move forward with the purchase.
Any other comments from the commission? Commissioner Jones, you have anything else?
No.
Any other questions or comment? Commissioner Campbell?
I have nothing, Mayor.
Again, I think the report by Mr. Nardone was exceptional. It basically covered every piece of that building, every square foot of that building, and it gave you pictorials as well as descriptions of what the damages were and what the potential repairs would be. Any additional comments, questions before we give direction to staff as to where we are? Anything else, Commissioner McCaskill? Commissioner Borum?
So that'll put us at 4.7 for that, if that option was selected.
Correct.
1.2, 3.5.
Any thoughts or concerns at this point?
Just thinking. Wow. With our existing annex building as an option, if we put monies into that at this, almost at this scale, that maybe could be a consideration as well. I'm just thinking.
So are you asking?
I'm just thinking out loud, just saying, you know, if we put this kind of money into, because we got to acquire a building, we got to do those improvements or whatever. I'm just saying as an alternative, we already have this building, that we put this kind of money in, I'm just thinking, what would it look like if we had improved an existing facility?
And can I ask this while somebody's answering the question? We're putting that type money, you're just looking at putting that amount of money in that building, which is way smaller than that.
What's that? No, I'm not saying put all that money in that building. I'm just saying, knowing that we got the acquire a building and do those improvements to do all the curing and everything else. I was just thinking, just as an option, but
yeah, and good point, but it's almost just like adding a den. You get where I'm going, Commissioner Bowen, right? But we need some input. Just
that building was designed to be multi-level, I think.
What else say? I'll say what I'll start the conversation off. I'll be the first to tell you the renovation costs for 511 St. John's are significantly higher than we thought they would be. We thought that the roofing system and the mechanicals would be in much better shape than they are.
Yeah.
That in itself is an issue of concern for me as it relates to that property. The acquisition cost per square foot is at $70 per square foot, roughly thereabout, is almost unheard of at this time, based upon what we're getting in real estate overall. But I just think that the upside to that building is just the fact that there's an opportunity to gain parking and do some other things and increase technology. But I don't think we can afford it, quite honestly, at this point. I just don't think we can afford it based on where we are. I don't think that the current space that we have is going to be as adequate for what we need at this point. I think building costs are significantly higher than we really need to be. We need to, if we're going to look at it, if there's a way that we can do it and logically makes sense from a number standpoint, then that's one thing. That's going to entail selling existing property to try to offset your renovation costs. The commission really hasn't had a conversation as it pertains to the sale of City Hall in the annex building, or any other properties that we may have, in order to offset those costs and putting those properties back on the tax rolls. And so that's what the conversation is. With the working environment, create opportunity for growth and staffing and doing some other things when you're talking about increasing your planning department. The reality is at some point, you're gonna have to bring the building department back in-house. You're gonna have to increase your staffing and administration within City Hall long-term, because the city's gonna continue to grow. And we've got some deficiencies as it relates to staffing right now. If you recall, not very long ago, there was a $1.8 million building that was that we had conversations about that was significantly larger, that we didn't pull the trigger on. Things aren't getting cheaper in Palatka. That's just the reality of where we are. But if we don't make a determination to offset the cost of acquisition of this building and of remodeling this building at 511 St. John's with some of the existing assets we have, then it's not, in my opinion, to be extremely affordable. Do we have the budgeting ability to pay for it? Yeah, but will it put us in a position where we'll be in a strain? I think it takes away the ability to do some additional capital projects in the future, but the offside is it also limits our ability in the way that we conduct business. So that's out there. And so it has to be a decision that has been made by the commission at this point. Any other comments?
So one of the things you did say is the possibility of selling this building, the building next door, which will help us to acquire that building. I know there was some pros and cons about what you just said, but one of the pros is to help improve the quality of lives by being able to conduct further business and helping us in that aspect. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes. So we need direction. I need to hear the thoughts of the commission as a whole as we start to move forward. Do I have a speaker card on this? Ms. Voda, I got a card. Is this for this item? You can come up at this time while we're getting ready to move into deliberations. I'll open the floor for public comment. If there's anyone else who wants to speak at this time, please fill out a card for us.
Hi, I'm Patty Boat, 220 South 4th Street. I kind of agree with what you said on the factor that I don't think at this time that the city can really afford to be buying a city hall or building for city hall. I don't know how many employees you even have to fill the building with. I know you have one code enforcement officer. I know we have busted sidewalks, busted up curbs, buildings that are not maintained, streets that are not maintained. I'm not finding fault with any of you. You know, you all try to do a good job, but I think that we need to work on all of those areas. And at a later date, like you said, Mr. Hill, when the city grows more and it gets bigger, you are going to need something like that for your planning department and so on. But we are so far, in my opinion, from that. Also, this particular building is not registered with as a historic site. And when you don't have it registered, it can go to, anybody can buy it when you sell it, and anything can happen. It can be knocked down, it could be a parking lot. So I think at this time, like you said, it's not affordable. And there's so many other things in Palatka that need to be done in the city of Palatka. Clean it up, make it look better, make it look safer, make it look nice. And then maybe we'll grow more. And then we can afford to do what you want to do. And I would support that at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kitchens. Just gonna start marking extra numbers on your other card to save some paper.
I'm just gonna fill out a speaker's card and just leave the blank for you.
Just fill it out at the end with the numbers.
Yeah, Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. My first and best choice that I would have, as do the majority of citizens of Palatka, is to keep this building as City Hall. Do not get rid of it. Keep City Hall here. Renovate this building and the annex. And I know we've had workshops on that and got prices on it, which I don't remember at this time. However, if you are bound, darned and determined to get rid of City Hall, the next choice, the best choice would be this bank building at 511 St. John's Avenue, as it is centrally located in Palatka. The Jenkins School issue had been an issue, which now can't be an issue anyway, but there was talk about moving City Hall out there. The cost would have been 1.6 million. You all paying 1 million and giving them the annex building, which is appraised at 600,000.
That's not true.
It is true.
600,000.
That's what was on the public record. True or not is on the public record. But regardless, that's not the issue. You can look it up. If I'm wrong, I stand corrected. Regardless of that, the school board, for whatever reason, and I know what the reason was, they couldn't or wouldn't sell it. So that's off the ticket. But if you do really bound and determined to remove City Hall, which apparently has been the case for several years, then this 511 is the next best choice since you lost the old Winn-Dixie building on Reed Street. If you don't take this now and you still plan to move City Hall, there are several developers waiting to get this building. You won't have another chance. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying think about it. If you don't get this building, which, yeah, it's a little bit of a cost, not near as much as what it would have cost to renovate Jenkins. If you don't get this building, that's fine. I have no problem with that, but just think about it. If you don't get this building, then keep City Hall here it is and don't, right where it is and don't move it. My first choice and the choice of the majority of citizens is don't move City Hall from this building, keep this building in the annex. But if you're going to move it, then this would be the next logical choice for you to get. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else here for public comment at this time? If not, we're going to close public comment. We'll move into commission discussion. Thank you, Mr. Nardone. Anything else? Mr. Holmes, you got anything before we start deliberation?
I don't. Do we need Mr. Nardone further? If not, we could let him head on back.
We like having him in Palatka. So, anything else for Mr. Nardone from the commission? He's got a pretty good drive before him.
No, I don't have.
We appreciate you
Thank you
being
so
here.
much.
And safe travels. So at this point, what's the direction of the commission?
Well, based on the conversation that I've heard, it would be the recommendation that we table this discussion until we feel that it's I guess necessary to come up again based on what I've heard. So I would make recommendation that we table this.
Well, can I speak?
Yes, sir.
The only thing you do have is you've got
Got a contract.
You got
So-
a contract with all. Yeah.
So Commissioner, you're currently under contract, and that contract is set to expire pretty quickly. And so are we tabling for a date certain with and extending the contract for a 30-day period for due diligence purposes, or are we allowing the contract to lapse?
I would say let it lapse, being that the conversation, I don't think anything would change within the next 30 days with regards to financing. So it would be my recommendation that we allow it to just go ahead and lapse. 30 days from now, I don't think the conversation will change.
I second that motion.
So there's a motion to table indefinitely and to not extend the contract. There's a second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion. Commissioner McCaskill, I'm sorry.
Tabling it and let it lapse. But we could just we can bring it up at any point.
It can be renewed.
It can be brought up. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. So.
In essence, it sounds as if the motion, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Campbell. Your motion is, the spirit of your motion is to not proceed with the purchase at this time.
Correct. Correct. I'm not sure if you heard me. Correct.
But the reason that you're tabling it so that it can be brought back at some time in the future for, it can be renewed in the future.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Just trying to make sure. All right. Any other questions, Commissioner McCaskill, after having that information?
Well, and just one more thing, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, we've got a contract, and I don't mean to play lawyer here, Madam City Attorney.
You do it pretty good.
I'm getting back in the swing of it. So we do have a contract. We've got a $10,000 deposit up. We have the right to essentially reject the purchase option and do so on the basis that we found the property not suitable based upon the report that we had done, in which case we get our $10,000 back. I don't think that we'd have any issue with the seller, but if you got into a technical question of whether or not tabling it and allowing the contract to just lapse would entitle us to get our $10,000 back, you might have at least a point of discussion. So my thought would be that if the commission is not interested in moving forward, that we go ahead and And my suggestion would be that you think about moving to reject the contract, and on the basis that the report that you found didn't make it feasible for you to move forward. You found it not suitable for your purposes. Cleaner, less them out, they can go ahead and move on to other purchasers, et cetera. And we get our money back.
Commissioner Campbell, you've heard the recommendation from our city manager. I'm gonna say council.
I'm friendly to that.
And so the motion is amended at this point.
Second.
The motion, there's a second by Commissioner Jones already. That would be fairly, Commissioner Jones.
Okay.
I second.
So the motion is amended to staff, to the recommendation of the city manager to allow the contract to be denied based upon the findings in the report, and to request a refund of the deposit based upon those circumstances. And there's a second on that motion. Is there any further discussion? Questions call, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now that we've got past all the fun stuff. Item 10 on the agenda, PB case number 2230, request to annex and rezone Putnam County residential single family R1 to city of Palatka residential single family R1A, approximately 0.49 acres. This is the second reading on this property. Ms. Krantz, annexation ordinance is first.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as part of government lot 4, official records book 1054, page 1676, parcel F, parcel 13-10264002600061, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Come on.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 2, the rezoning.
Thank you, sir. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Residential Single Family R1 to City of Palatka Residential Single Family R1A for the following property: part of government lot 4, official records book 1054, page 1676, parcel F, parcel 13-10264002600061, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Now open for public hearing. Is anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, PB case number 22-32, request to annex and rezone Putnam County Commercial General Light C2 to City of Palatka Commercial Intensive C2, approximately 0.63 acres.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 2022-14, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as High Lawn, map book 2, page 49, block D, lots 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. Parcel 11-10-26-3770, 0040-0010, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
What case was that? It's
Oh, how
22,
long?
22, 32.
32.
Okay, second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. We'll now open the floor for public hearings. Anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Rezoning ordinance 22-16.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I have an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County's commercial general light C2 to the city of Palatka commercial intensive C2 for the following property: 101 Highland Avenue, Palatka, Florida, 32177. The Highland Map Book 2, page 49, Block D, lots 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. Parcel number 11, 10, 26, 3770, 00400010, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. Has anyone noticed that she reads a lot slower now?
I can speed it up.
We're now for the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Clerk School. Ms. Krantz. Thank you. Next up, PB case 22-33. Request to amend future land use map from City of Palatka Residential High to City of Palatka Commercial COM and to rezone the City of Palaka's residential single family R1 City of Palatka Commercial Neighborhood C1A, approximately 0.56 acres. Ms. Walsh, will you please come forward at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you noted, this is a request to amend the flu from this on this parcel from residential high. The flu, of course, is a future land use designation to commercial, City of Palatka commercial. We'd also request to revise the zoning from R1 to C1A. Staff meetings were held with the public on September 14th for a community input session, on September 20th for the Historic Preservation Board, and October 4th for the Planning Board. The Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Board have recommended denial. In accordance with research done by Mr. Larry Beaton of the Historic Preservation Board, the site was used as a grocery store or a convenience store for almost 90 years prior to 2001, when it was purchased by the city, and it was then used as a community center between 2001 and March of 2022. The site and the building used as either a commercial center, or a community center or a commercial use are non-conforming to R1 standards, which is the current zoning per section 94-114 C3 and E. Because the use has ceased for longer than 6 months, reestablishment as a community center must receive a conditional use per section 94-115, or the use must conform to R1 standards. However, as the building is not readily lend itself to residential use, other options may be considered. In this case, C1A zoning has been requested. This zoning district permits small commercial operations and private clubs by right, thereby allowing use as a community center. One concern that has been voiced is that C1A allows multifamily residential, which it does, but only as a conditional use. The first alternative code option to C1A that should be considered may be utilization of a PUD/C1A zoning designation. This would allow approval conditions to be included in an ordinance. Such conditions may include use restrictions or design standards. For example, no laundromats or multifamily, or the specification of a specific architectural style. The second alternative code option to C1A to consider may be a conditional use to return the site to its original or historic use per section 94-156 C2, as the current design use may no longer be economically or socially feasible. As zoning by itself does not dictate future ownership, the next option that could be considered is the negotiation, as has been suggested by other members of the community, of an agreement between the city and a private entity to operate the building and site as a community center. This option would also require a conditional use per section 94-115. Lastly, the denial of the request is also an option. Staff recommends approval as PUD/C1A zoning designation, or the negotiation of a facility operation agreement dependent upon the issuance of a conditional use for this site. Staff will stand for any questions.
All right, please read the caption.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 2022-17, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size, from city of Palatka residential high to city of Palatka commercial for the following property: 429 Kirby Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. The Dix map of Palatka, map book 2, page 46, block 45, south 38, 1/3 foot of the west 99 half foot of lot 5. Parcel number 42, 10, 27, 68, 50, 04, 50, 0050, within the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date.
Before we move into any motion, public comment at this time, Ms. Kitchens, you're up first.
Kitchens, 1027 South Quilt Street, Palatka, Florida. I might point out that the PUD was not the planning board nor the historical preservation board was asked to consider a PUD. However, rezoning all of Hammock Hall property from R1 single family residential to C1A PUD neighborhood commercial and changing the future land use map is not compatible with the South Historic District single family residential character nor the R1 zoning. C1A has a conditional use that allows multifamily use, which is not allowed under the historic district guidelines. If you allow the commercial rezoning in this residential neighborhood, it will set a precedent that will allow commercial uses to be put into every residential district in the city of Palatka, as all previously had some kind of commercial enterprise. You will be setting a precedent that has the potential to affect my neighborhood as well as every other residential neighborhood in the Palatka. And two of my neighbors are here. In the 1950s and 60s, there were 5 grocery stores, a birthing center, 2 nursing homes, a laundromat, a trailer park, and an apartment house within 1 block of my house on South 12th Street. The owners of the house located at 314 Emmett Street came before the city about a year ago, asking for a conditional use that would allow their multifamily use, so they could put apartments back into their house, which had been an apartment house. Their request was turned down as not being compatible or in character with the purpose and guidelines of the historic district. The Duck real estate property is not surrounded by a residential area like Hammock Hall and is across from the downtown central business district. You should turn down the city's request to rezone and change the flume on Hammock Hall property for the following reasons. It does not fit the goals and rules of the single family historic district. It would create a non-conforming use in the South Historic District. It will be spot zoning. Also, the requested changes should be denied on the following requirements to be considered under your section 94-38F-1. G, it will adversely influence living conditions, as did the previous commercial use before it was a community center. K, it will adversely affect property values, as commercial will lower the value of historic residential. L, it will be a deterrent to the improvement or development of adjacent property in accordance with the existing regulations. Nobody would want to build single family residential next to commercial or multifamily. M, it will be granting special privilege to the city of Palatka. Since the city turned down a citizen's request to rezone into multifamily, while this section refers to granting special privilege to a citizen, how much worse for the city to be granted special privilege by themselves? This property can be used in accordance with existing zoning R1A, as the conditional use is allowed that would let it continue as the South Historic District Community Center. The change suggested is out of scale with the needs of the neighborhood. Q, that's O. Q, the recommendation of the Historic Preservation and Planning Boards was to deny. I'm asking you to uphold the guidelines of the South Historic District, protect other residential neighborhoods by not setting precedents that allows commercial uses to be put into residential neighborhoods based on previous uses. And most important, don't grant special privilege to yourselves that would allow multifamily under conditional use after a private citizen was denied the same request. If you agree to rezone for the city of Palatka, you are sending a message that the city gets special privilege. If the individual property doesn't, while not illegal, it borders on being unethical. Refuse the city's zoning and land use changes for Hammock Hall. Thank you.
Mr. Sheffield.
Good evening. Alan Sheffield, 512 Mulholland Park. I'm going to start out. I know I only have 3 minutes. But I want to start out with this. We're trusting you as our commissioners.
You're sitting there because we trust you. And you've heard in a number of cases, a number of you were at those public hearings. And you'll hear even more about how this community center is an incredible gem within a gem in the city of Palatka. I was up here in February when we presented a proposal to sit down with you guys and work through over the next 60 days a plan to operate this. It was given good press, but at the end of that, it was recommended to take the keys then and take possession. I had no meetings, no opportunities to sit down and discuss working on something together. What I really want to go about is the city and the community operating in collaboration. This isn't an us versus you type of thing, but I want you to hear us. Hear us, sit back and hear us on this, because this is critical. We're trusting you. We are trusting you. I can't stress that enough. And so I know I only have 3 minutes. The South Historic Neighborhood Association submitted a proposal yesterday to the city. I don't know if that was able to even get to you guys in this time, because we were basically negotiating with ourselves, and so we put 8 additional points up in terms of what we believe we heard from you, what we definitely heard from this community as to how we can, city and community, collaborate to keep this gem in the city of Palatka. And so really, there's been a lot of disparity, a lot of innuendo that's out there. And so me being the liaison here, I'll tell you something that I did. I had to get comfortable with what I was hearing from the paper, from the public, for people that were getting up in these meetings. And so, yes, I requested information from the city so I can see, based on city records, what the deal was. I requested bank statements from the association for the last 4 years. They gave me 7 years of the bank statements to go through. I'm an auditor, I'm a CPA by background. My license is in Michigan. And so I've gone through these documents because as the representative here, I don't want to be spouting things that are false, that I'm not certain of, because that's what I heard a ton of. And I've gotten comfortable with what is pointed out in the proposal that was provided to the city. I think this could be worked out with the houses, the South Historic Neighborhood Association, to your pleasure and to the pleasure of these citizens. And so I hope the staff gets a chance to go through that and present that to you. And I really thank all of you for how you stepped up with respect to this. I heard the bell already. I know I don't have time to go through the actual proposal, but the staff has it in their hands.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Vogt. Mr. Vogt.
Commend you on your efforts, level of commitment to make our city much safer. The efforts of trying to happen on the Calvary Church, 35,000 to improve their community center. The whole proposal, but pleased to have. But it seems to be a different case on the South Historic District. The doors are locked. Somehow the city has taken ownership. Now you can sell it. Property. I worked with Ed Campbell when he was South Historic president. I was North Historic president. What, 2000, 2001. They had purchased the property with tax increment funds and private donations. that expenditure, that purchase being property of the city is gone. Big question I have. Taxing funds by many residents, roof improvements, roof replacements, exterior improvements. Are they going to be locked out of their homes? Property sold? What's TIF fund? That raises a very, very important question. And I think 25 years ago, I was a popular bumper sticker. I think it was used by the Putnam County School Board. It said, you know what's right, do it. Like that, and thank you.
Business.
Ms. Lucy?
Good evening.
Lucy now, 819 Laurel Street. And I sent a letter in to you and I cut out some of it because I was fearing I wouldn't be able to. I'm going to read what I had written, and it starts off. I, as well as many other residents of the district and of Palatka in general, are actively opposing the future land use rezoning application for the Hammock Hall Community Center and 2 other parcels located in the South Historic District of Palatka. Great care has been given over the years to maintain the important character of the entire South Historic District. A large percentage of the residents have invested a lot of time and money in renovating and maintaining the historic homes. We account for a significant percentage of the tax base for the city of Palatka. When I made the decision to buy a home in the South Historic District many years ago, it was because the entire district was going through a kind of renaissance period. People were moving in from other states and willing to invest their money in refurbishing the homes in the district. In many cases, a number of those properties had been neglected for years. The neighborhood was in a somewhat dismal state. Code enforcement was no longer effective, so the neighborhood started to decline. And it has taken a tremendous amount of hard work to achieve the positive changes we've made in our district. Again, I will restate, we all stand in opposition of the future land use rezoning application. As determined by the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Board, it is inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan and land development code. It would set a land use and zoning precedent inconsistent with the neighborhood and nationally designated historical district. Both the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Board have heard our reasons as to why we object to the city's proposals. Additionally, both boards have extensively reviewed the supporting documents provided by the city. And as a result, both boards have recommended denial. And I'd ask you to put yourself in our shoes. How would you feel about commercial vehicles navigating your neighborhood streets in spite of vehicles? So you already have many identified potential sites with many. I just have a couple more words. Is it okay?
Go ahead. You can wrap it up. Go ahead.
The Hammock Hall Community Center property does not fit into that category. And please consider the historical integrity of the district the potential negative impacts that would affect the neighborhood and the single-family land use. And I would ask you to please vote against the requested future land use rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pettit, you're next.
Jan Pettit for 18 East Street in the South Historic District. My grandparents immigrated here from Canada, Toronto in 1878, and I had bought the home house. My father was born here in 1893, and I feel a kinship to this area very much. If you look around, the houses that have porches, I have 2 50-foot front porches, and that's where people used to sit to keep cool. The houses built after that were didn't have porches. We didn't communicate with our neighbors, and sitting on the porch when it got hot was what most people did in the summertime. And as people passed by, that was the way we developed a community. I think that building a community in Palatka is extremely important. I don't see children playing outside. I don't see many people except those walking dogs. We don't communicate with each other. We need a building that is a community building, and Hammock Hall is perfect. I was 5 years old. I'm 88. I was 5 years old when I came here to visit my grandparents. And I remember my grandmother giving me five cents to go around the corner to the grocery store, Hammock Hall, and buy a loaf of bread. That things have changed. This building is very historic. It's not suited for many things, but one of them is the community center. And I think this is what the South Historic area needs. This is what Palatka needs more of. We need a way to get together, to meet with our neighbors, to walk and stop in at the porch when somebody's sitting out there to keep cool. This is what the houses used to be. And I don't know what the result will be, but I do hope that we'll consider how to build community. And Hammock Hall is, I think, one of the best ways. When I joined UU, little church that rented Hammock Hall for about 10 years. I'm not sure this was legal, but we rented out the area, and
We won't tell anybody.
No, I take all that back.
You didn't say it was illegal.
Hypothetically.
I've had clients try that before, Mr. Mayor, and it didn't work out.
She didn't say it was illegal. She said she didn't know. So.
Go ahead.
But, it was a wonderful place for our little church to meet, and we were there for about 10 years. And it's one big room for the most part with a kitchen, which is not suitable for residents, I don't think, to do it. I think that we need to consider how important it is with everybody now having a little phone that they can deal with. A lot of people were doing it right here. We don't have community things. We don't see kids out skipping rope or playing hopscotch. We don't see neighbors going next door and sitting on the porch. This builds community. This is what we need in this community. And not just for our South Historic area, but for all of Palatka. We need to build a community. So that's my hope. That's my prayer, that we will in some way make this a community center that will serve not only our South Historic area, but the whole of Palatka. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russo.
For having us this evening. It really is community center, the folks that have used this building. So I'd like to say that, I'd like to clear up a few things about the community center. And one of the things is that the policy that we've had, the neighborhood associations had running the community center is about community service. It's not about making money. It is the cheapest place in town to rent. And when community organizations can't even afford the normal hourly rate, we rent it to them for simply the cost of utilities. And Palatka Bridge Club is an example of that, where they were simply paying $100 a month to use a building every Monday for 5 hours. So that's $5 an hour. So there's no money being made on some of these organizations using the building. The Palatka Science League is another. We don't charge for folks renting the building and having a decorator come in. Many times, we've got some fantastic decorators in this town, I'm telling you. And they've come in to do some fantastic work on Hammock Hall. And they come in on a Friday and they'll spend a good 8 hours or longer decorating that place up for a Saturday night event. And we don't charge for that. And we don't charge for cleanup. So we are trying to make this building needs to be used. And that's our policy, because the community center strengthens the social fabric of the community by strengthening family relationships, by strengthening friendships, and improving the quality of life in our city. There's no comparison. A city with a passive recreational parks and community centers versus cities without. There's no comparison about the quality of life. Now, running Hammock Hall, when folks rent Hammock Hall, it takes about 3 hours of a volunteer's time to run it, to have that facility available to be rented by an individual. It takes 3 hours. By the time you meet them there, take the deposit to the treasurer, come back, open it up for the decorator, close it for the decorator, opening it for the event, closing it for the event, going back there, getting the refund back to the renter. It takes 3 hours of one's time. So I would also like to mention that by us volunteering to make that community center available to the community, we're doing a service not just to the community, but also to the city. And there's value in that. There's value in that community service that we're giving to the city. So the neighborhood association, we pay for all the utilities, all the cleaning, all the supplies, all the small maintenance. And again, we supplied all the volunteer hours. And who uses Hammock Hall? This whole city uses Hammock Hall. Hammock Hall is not exclusive to the South Historic neighborhood, the people who live there. I mean, 9 out of 10 folks that are renting Hammock Hall are African Americans. They're coming from all over the city. Community organizations, the Palatka Bridge Club, Science League, TP Union, of course, the neighborhood association was using it, and the UU Church was using it for a long period of time. So keeping it as a community center is valuable to the city, and I hope we can do that.
I have a question. You said you all do not charge for them to decorate the building, right?
No, ma'am.
But you do charge for them to rent the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
There's
yes.
an hourly rate.
Appreciate it. Mr. Rowley.
Tom Rowley, 215 Dodge Street. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to come speak. My wife and I moved to Palatka a year and a half ago, bought a house in the South Historic District. We moved here in large part because of that neighborhood, and because of all the other assets here in Palatka, the river, the downtown, et cetera. Without the historic district being there and what it is and all it represents, I don't think we would move to Palatka. In addition, as a career-long economic development and community development specialist,
professional. I strongly believe that the facility, the Hammock Hall, the adjoining property is a complete asset to the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is an asset to the city and to the future development aspects of the potential of the city. I believe developing it as a commercial multifamily would run the risk of damaging that asset. And I just want to echo what Mr. Sheffield said. If there's a way to work this out for everybody to benefit, let's do that. And the prospect of rezoning it at this time, I think, is a risky move, both to the neighborhood, but also to the city. Thank you for your attention.
Is there anyone else here for public? Sheffield, you almost missed the bus. You made it. How you doing?
Shannon Sheffield, 512 Mulholland Park, and I'm just trying to finish what Alan started. So this is, and I nicknamed the South Historic Neighborhood Association acronym China. Like me. So when you hear me say China,
So y'all double teaming, it's taking 6 minutes?
yeah. China proposal, city and community in collaboration to enhance the quality of life and good of the city. Let's expand the offering of cultural and community activities to the South Historic District and the city of Palatka through the use of Hammock Hall as a community center under the management of China and its city liaison subcommittee. The China proposes the following. China and city to enter into long-term lease agreement, the annual lease fee of which shall be an agreed upon below market rate that would approximate the property taxes the city would collect if a family owned and live in the property. Hammock Hall to retain current residential zoning and continue right to non-conforming use as a community center. All operating expenses, liability insurance, general maintenance, and minor repair costs would be the sole responsibility of China. The city to maintain its normal property insurance typical of a landlord, but cover no repair costs. China will seek grants, bartering arrangements, and donations from individuals, organizations, businesses, and contractors to reduce the cost of major repairs. South Historic District Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, funds to cover cost of major repairs in excess of funds raised by China. No alterations or major repairs shall be started on the property by China without the prior written approval of the city. Revised guidelines for the use of Hammock Hall to fully address the concerns and complaints of the neighborhood, especially those in close proximity to the hall. That's it. So this was the China proposal, some 8 points.
Did she cover everything, Mr. Sheffield?
Go ahead.
I mean, listen, we can't, listen, I can't get past this show.
The military.
I would actually ask, I know you're voting on a proposal, but I'd like to see you guys move to re-engage with China to negotiate these points and come away with something that would benefit this city and community. Make that motion.
Anything else, Ms. Sheffield?
They making motions from the floor, man.
It was a recommendation. Anybody else? Going once. Going twice. We're gonna close public comment at this time, and the timer goes off right on time. We're gonna close public comment at this time. We're gonna move into deliberations from the commission. Mr. Holmes, I'll start with you before we go into that.
I was just going to ask the city attorney if she wanted to advise you something about the vote that would be required to overturn the planning commission's recommendation.
There would have to be a vote of 4 commissioners in agreement to whatever.
Supermajority.
Yes.
So I've only got one question before we move into that. If if the commission accepts the planning commission's recommendation, then the previous activity at the facility would only be allowable with the conditional use, correct? And that would have to be reapplied for.
Correct. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we'll take a collaborative effort on that.
Okay.
I knew the answer, but I wanted to make sure that the answer was there. So having heard from the citizens, having heard from the planning board, and having heard from staff at this point, what is the pleasure of the commission?
Well, in my opinion, I think we should not be we should not take the Hammond Hall from the South Historic District, or we should allow for it to continue to be used as it was prior to, and not change the zoning in that area. Because again, when I looked at it, I looked at Grand Gables is residential. I looked it up. I also looked up Rusty Ducks. It's residential. And to spot pick Hammond Hall to make it commercial C1, that does not go with the character and the nature of the residential area, in my opinion. And again, we don't want to turn over what the planning board as well as the historic board voted. So I'm of the opinion that the city really need to, let's just come out of the business of managing that facility or building anyways. I mean, I would like to just see the neighborhood association just take over the building and utilize it for whatever purposes it is to benefit their community. And even if it has to come down to an MSBU, a municipal service benefit unit, in my opinion, which that could go to all of the households. They can vote on whether they want to purchase the building, and it's applied to all of the households within that, because it's going to benefit that specific district. Or we can revert back to Mr. Sheffield's recommendation. But I like to see the city come out of this business.
Out of what business?
Well, in terms of, it's too much back and forth with whatever we're doing with the rental of the building, among other things, as it relates to Hammond Hall.
So the only question I have is this, and
Cost, rentals, everything.
so this is a question: what differentiates Hammock Hall from Price Martin if they're both in CRA districts?
What differentiates what?
The Price Martin Center from Hammock Hall, and they're both in the CRA district.
We're talking about
one is in South Historic and one is in Central Business.
Right, but it's not residential. That's differentiate. That's a differentiation right there.
I'm just talking about the uses of the facilities.
I'm talking about the zoning of it. It's not residential. It's not residential. That's what I see as the difference.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, your mic's not on. I got you. Got it for you.
Clearly, my vote is not to change the zoning just to sell the building. That's my my opinion and my position on this. I would like to see Hammock Hall exist. I would like to see it exist to serve a purpose to the entire community. But as far as the zoning change, I wouldn't want to change the zoning just for the purpose of a sale.
Commissioner McCaskill?
I say Mr. Sheffield said they trust us. And I think that's what we need to do. So I'm in favor of not rezoning.
Commissioner Campbell.
Well, I I don't know. I feel that it doesn't necessarily have to be rezoned, but I still feel that it needs to be out of the city's hand.
Okay. And I'll say this. I think what I've heard is a resounding theme of there being concern of multifamily. And that seems to be the biggest concern of people in the South Astoria Neighborhood Association, that this facility becomes a multifamily facility. I've heard it over and over again. I even heard someone in the planning board meeting and also in a meeting with the city manager and staff ask, was this property, if it was zone multifamily, would it be subject to Section 8? And so those things to me were kind of odd. I thought the purpose of the rezoning was so that the use of the facility and the vision that was outlined initially by the neighborhood association and the community was so that it would have the proper zoning so that it could be used as a community center, so that it could be used, have a coffee shop and all these other things in there. And I'm not talking over anybody up in the back. So if y'all want to do that, then we just won't talk. So, but I thought that was the purpose of it. Outside of that, that was the whole purpose of putting it in place, was to make sure that for what the uses were in place, what the vision that was forwarded by the neighborhood association, that those things were consistent with what was there. I also thought that the neighborhood association had an opportunity at one point to purchase this facility, and there had been an offer put in place by the neighborhood association at one point to try to purchase the facility. You know, and that had been some communication that had been out there. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sheffield, that was something that was in place at some point. There had been conversation about purchasing that facility and it being acquired by South Astoria Neighborhood Association.
I can't hear.
Well, I'll repeat what he's saying. I'll repeat it. So what he's saying is that there was some conversation of a group of private citizens purchasing. There hasn't been a consensus as to that. But, and it's your belief at this point that there has been some additional movement towards a resolution.
Had the opportunity to meet and to discuss or negotiate. And so what you heard from my wife tonight were recommendations based on what we heard from our association, from the public and attending the meetings, and all the letters that we heard read into the record. And so what we're asking is for the opportunity to truly sit down and go over this, because I'm convinced that we'd be able to come away with something that all of us can be proud of. So we haven't had any progress on that. We're asking to get to the table.
Appreciate that. And so I'll be remiss to say that some of the concerns that have been voiced, I've got some concerns with the logic behind them. And those were not the concerns that were voiced here tonight. The voices here tonight were far more methodical than some of the things that had been voiced in other sessions. So my belief is that Hammock Hall does serve a value. My belief is that the history of Hammock Hall, when regurgitated, tends to favor whoever is doing the regurgitating. I think ultimately, it was interesting that some of the recommendations that came out were to tear the building down and to make residential lots out of the property. But I think at the end of the day, it's better served as a facility that's put in place. As I sit here today, I'm of the opinion that it should be rented in the same way that the Price Martin Center. It should be rented in the same way that the Bronson House is rented, in order to stay consistent. I think the prior abuse of relationship creates concerns without safeguards. And it's hard. We talk about winning trust back, but it's hard to win trust back when trust was lost and never acknowledged. And I think that's one of the things that's out there. I'm not opposed to listening. I do think that the zoning issue is only objected to because of the fear of there being some form of public housing on the property. And I think that's wrong. We saw that on Laurel Street, and it was wrong then and it's wrong now. And we saw 2 gyms being placed in there. But at this time, the record is clear as to what my sentiments are and my concerns are, as citizens have underlying issues with some people coming into their communities without a gate. So what I'll do at this point is open the floor up for a motion. Understanding that if you deny this, then somebody needs to also make a motion to start a conditional use process.
Well, yes, to speak, Mr. Mayor, right now, I guess what you've got multiple ordinances in front of you. This is the land use change. If you don't approve the land use change, then the ordinance for rezoning would have to fail because it would be.
You don't get to step 2 if we don't pass step 1.
Right, well, you probably have to vote on the ordinance, but correct, it'd have to fail because you'd be rezoning to a land use designation that wasn't compatible with the zoning. But the conditional use process is going to be something very different. And I'll just mention that I don't know that the way the building was used in the past is supported by conditional uses in the recreational R1 zoning district. So I'll just leave it at that. I won't try to address that further right now.
Which was my reasoning for putting all that other stuff out there. So sometimes you have to be careful what you ask for. So now that you have the information in place, we'll go to item 1. Ms. Krantz, can you reread the ordinance number 22-17?
Not a problem. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from city of Palatka residential high, the city of Palatka commercial for the following property, 429 Kirby Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. Dick's map of Palatka, map of 2, page 46, block 45, south 38, 3rd foot of west 99, half foot of lot 5, parcel number 42, 10, 27, 68, 50, 045, 00050, within the boundaries of the city of Palatka, and providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion?
A motion to deny the future land use changes that was recommended.
Second.
There's a motion for in a second.
Is it not, but did we, this is.
Denial.
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 But this right here doesn't say deny. Right here.
Right, that's, they pre-write that, so.
Okay, well, as long as that's in
That's
there.
right.
The motion on the floor is to deny.
Not to pass the ordinance.
Right.
It
Correct.
fails.
A second.
Motion floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on. Next up, rezoning parcel Ordinance number 22-18.
Thank you, sir. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing
Don't
that the
speed up
official.
now.
Okay.
Yes, speed up.
6 times.
Go ahead, speed up.
Ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from city of Palatka residential single family R1 to city of Palatka neighborhood commercial district C1A for the following property: 429 Kirby Street, Palatka, Florida 32177. Dick's map of Palatka, map book 2, page 46, block 45, the south 38 third foot of west 99 half foot of lot 5. Parcel number 421027685004500050, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Jones.
So move.
No.
Hello.
No.
Oh, this is the denial of these. I did not. I moved to deny this motion. I mean, this ordinance.
Second.
And the basis of the motion to deny would be that since you did not approve the land use change, to rezone this would be inconsistent with the underlying land use, correct?
That's correct.
We're now open the floor for public comment. Seeing no one else here for public comment, we'll close. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 22-19, future land use map amendment, parcel number 42-102768504500010051.
Thank you, sir. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from the city of Palatka residential high RH to the city of Palatka commercial com for the following property: Dick's map of Palatka, map book 2, page 46, block 45, lot 5, excluding the south 38 foot OF of the west 99 half foot. Parcel number 421027685004500051 within the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Jones. I move to deny this ordinance based upon is not consistent with what we have already.
Second.
Push to the floor to second, open for public comments. Or anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance number 2022-20.
You can go fast now.
I can go fast now. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from city of Palatka residential single family R1 to city of Palatka neighborhood commercial district C1A for the following property: Dick's map of Palatka, map book 2, page 46, block 45, lot 5, excluding the south 38 feet of the west 99 and a half feet. Parcel number 421027685004500051, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Subject to the same reasons, right? There's a motion on the floor in a second. We'll now open the floor for public hearings. Or anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Ordinance number 2022-21, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from city of Palatka residential high RH to city of Palatka commercial com for the following property: Dick's map of Palatka, map book 2, page 46, block 45 of the west 62 feet of lot 4, parcel number 421027685004500040 within the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to deny.
Second.
So motion on the floor in a second. Is there?
Point of
We're
order.
now open the floor for any public comment at this time. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on.
Thank you, sir. Ordinance number 2022-22, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from city of Palatka residential single family R1 to city of Palatka neighborhood commercial district C1A for the following property: Dick's map of Palatka, map book 2, page 46, block 45, the west 62 feet of lot 4, parcel number 421027685004500040, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to deny.
Should be noted that Commissioner McCaskill had left the chamber.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones? Do we have a second, Commissioner Campbell or Commissioner Jones?
I'll second.
No second?
I said I'll second.
Oh, you said second. Commissioner Campbell seconds it. Now open the floor for public hearings. Anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on, HB case 2218, Noah's Ark. Proposed National Historic Nomination Location dry dock vessel located at 329 River Street. Ordinance 2224.
Thank you, sir. Ordinance number 2022-24, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, designating the vessel known as Noah's Ark as a local historic structure and supporting and endorsing the application for nomination for listing in the National Register of Historic Places, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion on the floor. The second one, I open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Do we need any further description on Noah's Ark? I think we're all familiar. You need any information, Commissioner? We're good. We'll close public hearing at this time. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That was the easiest thing we've done all night. HPP Board Case 22-18, Palatka Waterworks.
Thank
Waterworks Environmental Education Center, proposed National Historic Registry nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 2022-25, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, designating the city property known as the Palatka Waterworks Environmental Center as a local historic structure and supporting and endorsing the application for nomination for listing in the National Register of Historic Places, providing for severability, providing an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Now on the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh, for all that information. Next up, emergency item. Under number 11, adopt resolution 2022 R180, authorizing execution of a change order number 8 with DB Civil for CDBG disaster reliefs, South 14th Street, South 15th Street drainage project, an amount of $60,541 for a total project cost of $2,918,453.42. I'll entertain a motion. This is the time of the essence issue.
I'll make a motion that we accept this as an emergency item.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. The second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Quickly, Commissioners, you're all aware of the delays on the South 14th Street project. One of the major delays that's holding up production is the availability of crushcrete. We're using that in lieu of lime rock to stabilize base based upon the conditions of that specific project. For a couple of months now, we've been monitoring this. We've actually been reaching out to some suppliers on our own to make sure the information we're getting from the subcontractor or contractor is accurate. We do believe and have verified that there is a shortage of this material. Most of it is as a result of the increase in transportation costs to lime rock, which is pushing a lot of contractors to use the crushcrete as a cheaper product. So when the project was bid, they bid it at $30 a ton. And it takes in excess of 7,000 tons to complete the project right now. And right now, the product is going for $40 a ton. As I've said, we've called suppliers on our own. We verified that this is true, and we believe that this is an acceptable change order so that we can keep production of this project going.
Caption, please.
Thank you, sir. Resolution number 2022 R180, a resolution authorizing the execution of change order number 8 to DB Civil Construction for CDBG DR 14th and South 14th and South 15th Street. I see that typo and it'll be corrected. Drainage project reflecting the material price increase, addition of 105 SY of sidewalk and the addition of two concrete root barriers pending Florida Department of Economic Opportunity review and approval and providing for scrivener's errors.
Second.
So motion on the floor in a second. Is there, we'll now open the floor for public comment. Is anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, will close public comment. For discussion purposes, are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll close discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager. Council.
Nothing, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith.
Yes, sir, I'll be brief. Today we received a call from county representative, the Florida Department of Transportation reached out to them in regards to the St. John's Avenue reconstruction project from Mosley to the railroad tracks. The design and permitting on that project is complete. DOT has reviewed plans and approved it. They requested that the county and the city consider bidding that project, letting it at the same time as the resurfacing of St. John's Avenue from Mosley to Home. That is projected to occur later this year with a construction start date in the first of the calendar year. The issue that I want to bring to the commission's attention is that this would advance that project forward and would not give us an opportunity to replace the potable line on St. John's Avenue from roughly 13th Street back up to Mosley. It is on your schedule for early next year. And if it is the will of the commission, we can bring back a change order with TV Landmark, which is already working in the area. We have known competitively bid quantities, and essentially we bring back a net zero change order, and we will shift some of the work from the area bounded by Mosley, State Road 20, Twig Street, and South 15th Street. And we'd shift that to complete the St. John's Avenue portion of the work in advance of the county coming in beginning of the calendar year. But we need to know now so that we can respond to the county and or bring that change order back to you on the 27th.
What's the pleasure of the commission?
Guess we don't have much of a choice. I mean, I think it's important. So absolutely. Yes, I mean.
I'm not sure that I see. Let's put it in the form of a motion. Just go ahead and allow
Just
the
need
general direction.
Is this emergency item, is it?
No,
sir.
this is this report.
You need direction.
Yes.
I make a motion that we take staff recommendation to shift the staff recommendation as stated.
We technically can't take action on it because it's not on the agenda, but you can give
So
direction
just
still.
the direction to go ahead.
Just give
and
direction.
move forward.
So
I like to
Every-
give direction to staff to
everybody
go
okay
ahead and
with-
move forward as stated to keep the projects flowing.
Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Campbell, any comments on that?
Direction.
Yeah, infrastructure.
Commissioner Campbell, you say anything?
I have no comment. I'm with.
We're good. Move forward.
Infrastructure
All right,
improvement.
thank you. Ms. Walsh.
Continuing to move forward with all of the cases that we have in process, including TACB consultants projects. They have had preliminary meetings with staff again this past week. They only lack a little bit of data that has to be submitted back to the consultant. They have also submitted a draft of their proposed impact fees, which will be presented to you once they've completed the meetings and the report's finalized. I'd also like to give a shout out to our staff, Ms. Virginia Jones and Sunshine Neely, for working on getting some interviews completed for the hiring of a planning clerk, which I'm very thankful for.
All right. Yeah. Take some pressure off the director.
Chief. Assistant Chief. And every day we get you jumping up like that. Let's roll.
Like note, we just conducted promotional testing, promoted four different people, one to the rank of captain, three to the rank of engineer. They did really great job. The evaluators were super impressed happy and proud for those guys. Look forward to the ceremony.
Thank you. Good news. Mr. McNair. Okay. I'm gonna hold you to that.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. So a couple of things. You guys have referenced the hangar project at the airport, 6-unit hangar facility. Everything's going well. Foundation is poured, and they're on schedule. Shooting for January 2020 completion. January, February timeframe. Obviously, weather is a key element that drives that, but things looking pretty good. Secondly, I think as a result of the hurricane, we have our electrician in really going through the airfield side of the house. Want to make sure that the airfield lighting is up to par. There was some funding and possible lightning strike there, so we kind of making sure the facility itself is acceptable for the users of the facility. Any questions?
How's your staff coming?
Staff coming on. So I'm working with HR to navigate through the process, but we get in there. I appreciate that.
In the meantime, you're still filling in?
A lot.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Cutright. He said it was gonna be quick, didn't he?
No, I just want to say, the Red, White, and Youth program went this past Saturday morning.
It's a great program.
I appreciate everybody that came out to support, and those that couldn't come out here. Veterans love it. I think it's something that really touched a lot of them. I think it's something we can kind of make it an annual thing. Have discussed what we're gonna try to do. It was wonderful, and the weather was good. It was a long, fun day, but it was a long day. Next on the shoot for community affairs, we have a baseball clinic on the 22nd, Greg Green Park. It's 9 about 2. If you're not doing anything, please come out and help support. We're looking for some coaches or anybody that kind of feel some staff support. And then also our mobile rec starts back up on the 24th of this month. And we're going to college on this month, but just come out and just support. Just come out and meet. We got staff with helping us do things, got a lot of volunteers, but it'd be nice to see Mr. Manager, the city attorney, and chief, and I'm just calling everybody out.
You are? You really?
Red, White, and You was a great program, a lot of resources for veterans. And I truly believe that this program can become a staple in this community. There are a lot of veterans who don't have information or resources, and all those resources were available at this program. And I think if we put the energy, get the additional help. As a startup program, it was great. It was consistent people in from 10 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. But I think the next phase of it's going to be, getting the community support behind it by way of sponsorship and by way of bodies, and getting more information to other veterans who are not necessarily in the loop as to what things are out there. I just see this as being a huge program that will attract people from all across the area.
And when we did this first time, we promoted it kind of local.
So kudos, but definitely kudos to you and your team for the work that you did along with all the other veteran organizations in the community.
Ms. Cutright, I have it.
Stand up for the We appreciate you.
Just out of, this is a question for future plans. Do we have any future plans for the park located at 10th and Olive? And there's one on River Street.
It's not owned by the city.
Is that on, which one?
The little playground that used to be on 10th and Olive, that's not owned by the city.
That's our city.
But the one by on that right up, they use that.
River
Like, that
Street.
is owned by the city.
Yeah, are we keeping it up? I had a phone call about it. That's the question.
Construction that we haven't really tennis court area is one of the spots that we were trying to put a pickleball court.
10th, I mean, say River Street, River Street, River Street, River Street. Park.
River Street was originally another spot that we were trying to locate pickleball there. But right now, we haven't really did anything with River Street.
You had done assessments at one point and had them all packaged up in a document.
That's what I'm asking about the follow-up.
Okay, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No,
But yeah, I think if we need to look at that and see the parks that we do need to pay attention to, or whether we're gonna vacate them or whatever else, we need to make a decision on those parks, because again, if they're city owned and if we're out there doing code enforcement, the city need to do its own due diligence in terms of making sure the city is proper before we go out and do code enforcement on anything else.
I can provide you a chart of the parks that we have, some of the renovations that we have. We want to plan to look at doing and we go.
And that's a good part to push the community garden as well. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
And so, you had an older gentleman who worked on it
And he still does.
quite a bit, yeah.
Mhm.
But we definitely appreciate you. Thank you. Chief Shaw. Don't be in a hurry.
Don't forget to introduce yourself to everyone.
It's only, it's almost 9 o'clock in Alabama.
Pleased to announce that we don't for victim advocate position, so hopefully we'll get the advocate position here soon. Some great candidates, so I'm happy for that. Wednesday next week, we'll be swearing in 2 full-time officers and 1 reserve officer. And we are steadily working towards filling our gaps that we have, and giving some of the guys that's been working tirelessly throughout the last 6 months some breaks.
Any questions?
Well, I mean, you were down 6 the last time, whatever. How are you closing the gap now? You still working hard to close the gap?
Oh, we are
Down 5.5.
well, the correct number, we were actually down 8 at one point.
Yes, sir.
We'll be down 5 once we're finished. We do anticipate losing 1 very soon.
Okay. So we just need to figure out why we're having this slow leak that's speeding up.
Well, we did recently lose 1 in training.
Yeah.
So when we hire on officers, they must go through that field training program. If they don't pass the field training program, then the spot is not actually filled until they become a solo beat officer. So when we look at how many officers we down, we don't necessarily like to count the ones that's in training, because if they don't make it out, then that position is not filled.
Right. Appreciate it.
You got a shortfall of officers all around the country right now.
Yes, it is. If you go on Police Chiefs Association, they have it listed. They list the positions and showing where there are many deficits, what areas they have deficits in.
That's
Thanks, Chief.
Certainly gotta do something for our shortage of staff and working our current staffing levels and try to make sure we get them the necessary incentives.
Ms. Krantz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we going to discuss the National League of Cities at this time or offline?
We can.
The National League of Cities event begins on just double checking that I'm giving you the right stuff. On November the 16th, and it continues through November the 18th. I'm on their website. It looks like they do have some preliminary stuff going on the 15th, but it looks like the meet kind of begins on the 16th.
Ends on the 19th.
And this is.
Oh, I'm sorry, 19th. I didn't scroll down far enough.
And that's where, and the mayor actually
City.
is the one that, spearheaded this thing and she's recommending that we all attend as a commission.
All right.
I've already signed up.
You went to Pittsburgh before,
So
right?
I need to sign up. Please sign me up, Sonny. Thank you.
Well, I guess you can go ahead and sign me up too.
Jones. Yay. Oh, team.
Okay. So. All right,
Who else? Okay,
Commission, we got Ms. Jones. That's you,
she's in Zoom land.
Ms. Jones.
Oh, she signed off Zoom land. Never mind.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Campbell.
I have nothing, Mayor, just solicit you all's prayers as I go through this healing process.
We hope you feel better.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Campbell, praying for you, sweetie. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Jones.
I don't have.
Commissioner McCaskill.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Boyle.
Nothing, but we're praying for Commissioner Campbell's recovery.
So tonight has been a very eventful evening. We've discussed everything under the sun, and we'll look for next steps as to what's in place, if there are any steps to be put in place. And so we're moving into our Halloween Fall Festival season. Trunk or Treat is coming up, along with Boo on Avenue. So let's make sure that we plan accordingly and that we're safe as we move forward. With that being said,